Precessional ages tipped $2 million miles.
Shoreline's super shattered $4.99. Questions hElloLittle. Edwards 45 super shattered $1.99. Law and Order. A super shattered $2. Trido. A super shattered $2. Persnippety.
Guys, welcome to the show.
At Super Shattered $2, Otaku.
My name's hEllolisTENER, but you can call me Swarm Pants. We're here. We've done it.
At Gorilla Biscuits 9,999 Super Shattered $2, Jessica requested Sand and Sun.
Still play outside, call me Swarm Pants. Still play outside? You better call me Swarm Pants. You better call me Swarm Pants. Are We Not Men immediately trying to buck the system, using his members chat to request a song. If it were only that easy, Are We Not Men?
$2, get glue.
That Q's still playing outside. Are We Not Man is a lovable scamp. That's just the way it is, and that's the way it's going to be, and that's the way it is for you and me.
Super Shattered $1.99, Ichabod.
Yes, ma'am. Oops. No. Let me fix that. Sorry. Let me turn off the ads. Yo, I'm so freaking proud.
At Super Shattered $2, Ichabod.
I'm so proud. We made it to season 3. Ugh. I'm hype. I'm legit hype for a lot of stuff right now. Let me turn off monetization on this so that we can, so you guys aren't freaking, you know. Every time you turn off monetization, YouTube gives you a thing. They're like, monetization gives you money. Are you sure that you want to do that? I'm like, yeah, I need the 10 cents per 1,000 views. All right. Well, you know what time it is. Do you? You do. Do you? Show's over.
Don't be mean. You don't have to be mean. Because remember, no matter where you go, there you are.
Driving about 1,000,000 miles, and you know I know it's right.
need you. What a way to start the show. Guys, welcome to Show's Over.
Suzanne Griffith tipped $3.33. Nationalism if no one else got to, if not Funky Raccoon.
Funky Raccoon. Guys, welcome to Show's Over, the only show that's over. This is your all-request nighttime radio show with a clever twist. Every song is mine, and you can look at it. We're going to be playing a bunch of songs for you. We're going to be having a nice time. Relax, guys. You made it through the week.
Gorilla Biscuits requested Cross Yourself. He was the first one that sent in a request.
Oh, I didn't see it. I got you, brother. I'll put it next. All right.
Also, Just did request Sand and Sun for her fruit.
It's on there.
Okay, I didn't see it. Oh, that's my bad.
All right. We're gonna try and get Dane on. Dane, if the orb is open, we're waiting on Dane. I know it's late. I apologize, bro, but we were doing a thing. Dane. Love to have you on. The orb is open. The next song is Cross Yourself. YouTube thumbnails full of smut. Some things you gotta just stay away from. Scroll while they try to hit the lust. Hit the lust button, make you do something dumb. How are you supposed to live chaste? Advertise execs hit you every which way. Turn you to a Kuma for the stay. Have a good night, Andre. Better you should go blind and masturbate. Let me just speak it from the top. No sugarcoat, no whitewash. You're not meant to live like a dog. Looking for a slump to harm till the epilogue. Try to keep your mind on
Thank you, Blood Logos.
They keep fashion images that got you panting. Don't give Lucifer another inch. Reaching for the images of his recruit's print. Cross yourself and say the Jesus prayer.
Pray the Lord gives you strength not to go there. Their spells lose effect if you don't stare. Look away to save yourself from despair. Cross yourself and say the Jesus prayer. Pray the Lord gives you strength not to go there. Their spells lose effect if you don't stare. Look away to save yourself from despair. The world gets uglier every day. Uninspired buildings littering the landscape. There's no beauty in the modern age. Ugly is the spirit of the age. Ugly is the way that the people behave. Ugly the philosophies they claim. Ugly are the things that they do with their pain. Cross yourself and say the Jesus prayer. Pray the Lord gives you strength not to go there. There's spells lose effect if you don't stare. Look away and save yourself from despair. Cross yourself and say the Jesus prayer. Pray the Lord gives you strength not to go there. Their spells lose effect if you don't stare. Look away and save yourself from despair. Whatever's going on, whenever it is wrong, whatever they're doing to you. Whatever's going on, whatever's going on. Whatever's going on, whenever it is wrong, whatever they're doing it to you.
Come on, people.
Cross yourself and say the Jesus prayer. Pray the Lord gives you strength not to go there. Their spells lose effect if you don't stare. Look away and save yourself from despair. Cross yourself and say the Jesus prayer. Pray the Lord gives you strength not to go there. Their spells lose effect if you don't stare. Look away and save yourself from despair.
Want to make sure the orb works? Just click the link. Why'd you say Tony to me, Maria?
Because I wanted to get your attention without interrupting you.
What?
Metal, he requested bet on you. It was a duplicate of Ichabod.
Oh, I got you. Bet on you. Oh, we got Snagglebeast. Oh, wait.
Do you see me in the orb?
What's up, Snagglebeast? Hey, we got a couple people in here. Hold on. Hold on, I'm not hearing you. They're hearing you, but I'm not. Oh, I got it. Okay, I got it.
Hi, Tony.
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, I just had to cut in line because I got to go to sleep soon.
All right, let me put you in the orb real quick. Hold up. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Snagglebeast to the orb. Snagglebeast, how you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. I got my best friend ever in town. He's going to be my sponsor and witness. And 1 p.m. Central this time tomorrow, or 1 p.m. Central tomorrow, I will be beginning the ceremony for this reception.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Glory to God. I'm very excited for you. Very excited for you.
And so I picked up one of these because I didn't have a full one before. And my goodness, I put it on my wrist and it feels like it belongs there every time I feel it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I got a super big prayer book. It's still like, pocket size, but it's really dense.
I think I might have that one.
Yeah, I ordered some icons, but the place I ordered from is super backed up. But it's fantastic. I'm excited for everything. I got a 1 p.m. Central tomorrow. I will be beginning the ceremony for this. This is my sponsor and witness. And so I picked up one of these because I didn't have a full one before. And I got super big prayer book. It's still like, pocket size, but it's really dense. So right now there's a little bit of a speed bump. Unless God intervenes in a very powerful way, it looks like my mother won't be.
Wait,
She's not
sorry.
feeling very
You're hold on. You're breaking up. Hold on. Let me reconnect your mic. All right, say that again.
well. I'm on the Wi-Fi. Okay, so unless God intervenes very powerfully, it looks like my mother won't be able to attend. She's not feeling very well tonight.
I'm sorry to hear
So
that.
continue prayers. Anyone who has been doing that, anytime you think of it, she is still dealing with pretty much constant some level of pain because she's regrowing her foot. And then in parallel, my father and one of my sisters will be there. So in their own way, they're spiritual, but they're kind of committed to their current, not really churches. So I'm hoping and praying that they will see some of the overwhelming transcendence that comes with the actual body of Christ.
Yeah. I experienced the liturgy, and experiencing the changes in you are often the greatest testament, better than argumentation a lot of the time. And so, yeah, we'll definitely be praying for your mother, and we're very excited, man. I'm excited to see in a couple days you're going to be a Orthodox Christian.
I'll be a whole new man.
Yeah. Born again,
Yeah.
newly illumined.
Yes. That's all. I just had to do that because it's after 11 for me, and
All right.
even though things don't start till afternoon, still there's a lot of housekeeping, everything.
Well, yeah. Take care of what you got to take care of. We appreciate you jumping on, and we're all praying for you, and we're excited for you, brother.
Yeah, I'm slightly disappointed. My diocese tradition is not with full immersion. We've got the big basing, but you got to do what you're into, what you walk into. Not you can't impose upon everyone to conform to what you thought it would be.
You can ask, but it is up to the discretion of the bishop, and don't doubt your baptism.
No, yeah, and that's the thing. I'm not worried about it in that sense. I just I had this idea of in the whole like recalling back in the ancient days, the Jordan and whatnot.
Yeah.
But no, it's the tradition in our diocese is to do with the basics. So that's what I'm doing.
It's in the didache.
My priest is a fantastic, godly man, and I have full confidence that he's leading me right.
Good. That's good. Have you chosen a saint?
Unless he pushes me a different way, I am very. I really am going. I think I'm going to go for Bartholomew.
Nice.
Yeah.
Saint Bartholomew.
Yeah. He's a Nathaniel in John. So that's it's close to. I just doxed myself. That's my name.
Oh. Well, people are complaining about your mic. I tried to reconnect it. It's messing up, but usually your
I
mic's...
can get closer. Does that help anybody? Closer?
Yeah, I think so. I want to see if I can...
Yeah, I got pretty rip-roaring internet.
Lukewarm internet, you said?
I got rip-roaring internet. I got fiber, one gig.
Yeah, I don't know what it is today. It just doesn't sound as good as usual.
My phone is pretty old, so that doesn't help. I'm replacing it soon.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Well, we're very excited for you, bro. I'm happy to hear how everything goes.
Yeah, I got Josiah's gonna grab some pictures and I'll post them up so everybody can see me getting handled.
That's great.
It's gonna be great.
Yeah, post them in the Discord, please.
Pants, white shirt. I got some comfy shower shoe type sandals.
Nice.
And I can't wait to jump in and start being able to move forward in
In
the
Christ.
new life that I've chosen to commit to.
Yeah. Man, this is exciting. This is exciting. Well, we'll have to have you on either Wednesday or next show's over. Tell us how everything goes, man.
Of course, yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for jumping
God
on,
bless
bro.
everyone.
God bless you.
Thank you so much for every word of encouragement and all the assistance and prayers you've given me. And why are you here? Show's over.
God bless you, Snagglebeast. Many years. All right. The next song is Sand and Sun. Oof. We're going big this morning. This morning? Here's Sand and Sun. You don't have to super chat. You can jump in here, bud. Guys, give Dane the orb. The orb is available to you, Dane. That's not the link, Maria. That's not the link. Hold on. I got you, Dan. There it is.
Since you came here, it's not the same here.
Whoa. Wow.
Body's cracking in the sun. Sand is filling up your lungs. Why'd you come here? There's nothing done here. It's you versus you. And you don't know what's going on. You don't know who you're gonna be. You don't know how to be strong. You don't know what it all means. But that's alright. This is not your life. This is not your life. This is not your life. And you don't know where you came from. You don't know where you're gonna be. All you know is that it feels wrong. Maybe it's not what it seems. Maybe. Maybe. And even though you're scared, you hold on. 'Cause you ain't got no other place to be. you're not ready to leave. It's not your time. It's a waiting line. It's a waiting line. It's a waiting line. And every time you hear this song, you'll recall the ways you bleed, and those who've had it so much worse, and wonder why it feels so bleak. Sometimes it feels like God's a repo man, and life's a ride you can't afford. Yeah, we have no idea who we are, who we are. We have no idea what's going on, going on. And all your little answers open doors to more questions. And once again you find out you were wrong, you were wrong, you Jesus died for you, and you know it's true. It's deep inside, it scares you. Here's the truth. Jesus died for you, and you
What's up, man? Just a second, Dane.
just deep inside.
I can't hear you yet. Just a second.
Here's the truth. Jesus died for you, and you know it's true. It's deep inside, it scares you. Here's the truth. Jesus died for you, and you know it's true. It's deep inside, it scares you.
Daniacs, at attention. Stand up and salute. We have Dane. Wait, hold on. They booed you. They didn't boo you. It was the Discord. The producers did. Wait, I'm not hearing you. Hold on. Hold on. What's going on?
Can you hear me now?
Oh my goodness, yes. How you doing, bro?
Okay. Man, how am I doing? I'm old and I'm forgetful. And over the last few weeks, I have been able to learn a lot of this Rodecaster Pro with my iMac, with my microphone and everything. I'm getting there. I'm working on my muscle memory so I can be YouTube streaming master ninja like you and Jim Bob and Cooley and the rest of them.
Yeah.
But right now I'm stuck in that stage where it's like dumb redneck with enough money to buy equipment to make a fool of himself stage.
I see you've been streaming.
Yeah. Back in my high school years and then about 2/3 of the way through my 20s, I worked in radio broadcasting. So I do have a very old, and when I say old, I mean analog foundation when it comes to this kind of work, but
well, you've also got a great voice for radio and you have the gift of gab. These are two very important elements.
The gift of gab mostly. But yeah, see, you only have to hear my voice, once a month, once every 6 or 8 weeks. Trust me, if you lived in the house with me and you heard me incessantly, when I was a kid, I was in first grade, my mother got a little, open house thing, and a note from the teacher said, when you come to open house, come for a conference. She wanted to talk to my mother. Well, when she walked in, as it turns out, my first grade teacher and my mother had gone to school together. So Mama said when she walked in that my teacher said, "Never mind, Eileen, I don't have any questions." Because she told my mama, because I was a smart kid, she told my mama that, I would just talk too much. I'd get finished with my work and then I'd start disturbing the other students. And I remember back in the first grade thinking, why are you getting on to me for that? Because these kids are too dumb to finish the work on time. I've always been a little arrogant, but yeah, so that's the only thing I've really got in trouble for. Well, until I got to high school, but it's that gift of gab.
Yeah, it's a good thing, man. I wish I had more of it. I got mine waves, mine ebbs and flows. I have points where I could talk really well, and I have points where I'm like, I don't want to say any more things.
Yeah,
which isn't great when you're streaming because you have to kind of keep saying stuff.
Yeah. If Deej was on stream, and I'm trying to bring her up on some of my streams and in some of my videos, but if she was on stream right now, she could tell you. I mean, she sounds like she got bronchitis. She's about to choke over there on the couch beside me. I'm gonna have to kick her out of my office if she don't behave. Anyway, you see, she's over there hacking on the couch, man.
That's a nice couch. Dang.
Yeah, I actually bought it for my office, for my set, I got a yellow chair behind me too. You just can't see it in the orb because my jowls fill up the whole orb. But at any rate, so what was I saying when she went to hacking? I was fixing to say something that was very, very profound. What was it?
I don't know. I think you were talking about the gift of gab.
Yeah. What was I saying, Deej, when you interrupted me? Oh, yeah. It was Deej I was talking about. I'm back on track, man. Y'all, hang on here. I got it. So anyway, she could tell you, because when I met this girl, she was 17 and I was 18. So we've been together a whole life. I don't know how to be single.
That's a beautiful thing.
So she could tell you that I like entertaining people. I probably like entertaining people more than I like arguing with people.
Yeah. Same. Same here.
Neck and neck thing. If I can argue with people and entertain people, well, that's really
the
like
gift.
Doing, but she can tell you though that there are times when I'm just not in the mood to be talking to people, dealing with people, and I've told her more than many times, but definitely more than once in my life. So I'm just not in the mood for the dang show today. Yeah. And that's not like I'm faking. Because I'm the same person at home as I am in public, as I am online. It's just, sometimes, it's rare. It's rare for me, but sometimes my mama called it hanging your teeth out. When you have to be around people constantly and you're having to grin and everything. And
yeah, man.
Sometimes I do get tired of talking to folks or hanging my teeth out and that kind of stuff. But for the most part,
You got to pace yourself. You got to pace yourself. Yeah. But you've been doing the doing the circuit lately. I've been seeing you all over the place. You're definitely putting yourself out there more.
It's really weird, man, for me, because like I said, most of my life, I would go to argue with people, especially, I don't know if the Ortho church is like this, but down here in the Protestant churches, it's very feminized. It's very be sweet and be gentle and be polite, and that kind of stuff. And I've never been any of those things. And so, like, I wish
come home, brother.
I wish I had $1 for every time someone, told me that I was arguing too much, and they try to imply that wasn't very godly. And then I would have to start quoting scriptures to them, and that kind of stuff. And then when they found out that I knew more than they did, then they'd get mad at me, and I'd find another church to go to eventually. But that's the way, it kind of is. So it's been a little bit of a surreal experience, because I've only been going on panels and stuff for probably a couple months now.
Yeah.
So it's not like I'm any kind of old hand at this, but it's been kind of surreal for me, for people on different panels and different people to respond positively for the things I'm 54, so like over half a century, people have been like, oh gosh, there goes Dane again.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's starting to talk about politics again. Oh no, he's starting to talk about abortion and LBGT and the welfare state and divorce and, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, man. Well, you don't see any of that in Orthodoxy. Orthodoxy is patriarchal. There's we don't have female priests. We don't have anything like that. We're very much, traditional, as it always was.
Well, the Baptist churches technically don't have female pastors or clergy or elders or anything, but usually the women run the house. So the pastor or the elder or the deacon or somebody will show up with that great idea that their wife told you about a week ago.
Yeah.
You told her you weren't going to do. Yeah, ask me how I know that. But,
I was Baptist before I was Orthodox. And
Southern Baptist or some other Baptist?
I don't know. It's like at this point, Baptist is just it's an umbrella term for non-denominational, really.
It's getting there. It's getting there. If you get into some of the older Baptist groups like the Southern Baptist or the Missionary Baptist or, Primitive Baptist, yeah. But what happens is the Baptist gets ticked off, and they get so ticked off they don't want to have Baptist on their sign. So instead of saying, Greater Life Baptist Church, they'll say Greater Life Non-Denominational.
Yeah.
But they're all Baptist.
Yeah, they're all Baptist. They're all Protestant. They're all from the same root.
But there's different flavors of them. You get up into the higher Protestants, where you get into those Anglicans and Presbyterians and such, where they don't just ordain women, they ordain people that don't know which one they are.
Yeah. Well, look at the roots of the Anglican Church. The roots of the Anglican Church is a man who wanted to get divorced. The king wanted to get divorced. And so he split off. He was like, this Protestantism thing where you're no longer Catholic, this thing looks pretty good. And basically started an entire church under that.
Mm-hmm.
It's the seed of their destruction, really. And you're seeing their destruction right now.
Yeah, well, it just keeps going that way. Well, part of it's that those Protestant denominations came to America, and America was founded on separating and, rebellion and fences. And I'm a proud American, don't get me wrong. I mean, if you cut my wrist, I'd probably bleed red, white, and blue. But the fact of the matter is, us Americans like our fences. And we like, you stay on your side of the fence, I'll stay on mine, and that kind of stuff. So when that gets into the churches, and when the churches are governed by the pastor and the elders and stuff, they're governed locally, then, it's going to tend to continue separating and fragmenting and stuff. So in Alabama, you were talking about how Jim Bob was talking about how we had so many churches. I think the only thing we have more than churches are Dollar Generals.
Yeah. Well, I've noticed that you've been kind of arguing for a more Orthodox take when I catch you.
Yeah. Well, that's really nothing new. I was just touching on, conflicts that I've had in churches over the last. See, I was a hellbound sinner. I think I told you last time I was on. I was a hellbound sinner until I was like barely 20 years old.
Yeah.
So I didn't grow up in the church or nothing. And so that'd be 34 years that I've had conflict, because, things have to connect. They have to, They have to make sense. You know, just because grandma said it, or just because the idea gives me a warm, fuzzy feeling.
You gotta be careful with that.
Might be last night's chili. Who knows?
That's true.
You know, that kind of stuff. So,
but also, if you read the Bible, if you just you're a big Bible reader, and when you read the Bible a lot, you come into conflict with Protestantism pretty heavily.
In a lot of places, you do, yeah. But you know, we got fried chicken, though, man.
What at fellowship?
No, you can't be Baptist unless you eat fried chicken.
I mean, I could eat fried chicken. I don't want to be Baptist though. We got fried chicken over here, but you know what? We're seeding.
Y'all have fried chicken in Alaska.
We got yeah, that's pretty much true. Maria, do we have good fried chicken up here?
Y'all might have like fried caribou or something.
Fred Meyer got some decent fried chicken. That's about the best fried chicken you could get up here.
I don't even know what that is.
It's like it's the shopping place. It's like the
grocery store.
Yeah, it's a grocery store. Shopping place. Yeah, it's the grocery store up here.
Car lot, appliance store. What is it?
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just not familiar with that. Man, I'm trying to learn how to do you stream through Restream, or I noticed that this is on Video Ninja, and I just started dealing with that with my OBS.
Yeah.
To be able to bring guests on. But when I got everything set like I needed it, my OBS started kind of glitching. So, you know, I went over to do my little debate stream just straight through Restream, which I don't like doing, but, you know, and then my mod suddenly realized that the debate was going to be too late for him. And then I got somebody else to mod, and then she couldn't manage to get signed in on her phone. So we postponed that debate until Sunday evening.
Well, you're using the same setup as me. I use Restream, I use OBS, and I use Video Ninja. And usually I don't have any issues, but it's a little complicated getting everything working right, you know? But once you get it working right, it's pretty simple.
That's what I'm working through. It was working pretty good, but I was testing out the guest, you know, sources there in OBS with Video Ninja. And, you know, so I had my camera I'm on now, and then I have my brother's cell phone and my wife's cell phone.
Yeah.
And it may have been that with all of those things going through our one Starlink connection, which we have pretty good speeds here, but that may have been kind of bogging it down. I don't know.
Well, have you set up so we can raid you next time?
I am. Actually, again, let me, as a little disclaimer now, remind you, as I remind people a lot on these panels and channels and stuff, I'm a 54-year-old worn out dude, so you have to extend me some grace. But after I got off of that stream, I went and looked at my settings, and I was set up to receive the redirects, but I just didn't know it.
Dang.
And what
I should have at least tried.
And what I learned, well, no, that's on me. What I learned when I was doing that one live stream was, man, there's a whole bunch of stuff to keep your mind on to keep everything running smoothly. There's a lot more to it than just sitting there talking.
Yeah.
You know, if you're going to try to interact with chat and keep the software going and move from like video to video or picture to picture and to keep all that going, it really. So when Princess come over and she was asking me, I was like, I don't know. You know?
Yeah.
I don't know, you know?
Yeah, it's really important to like try and streamline the setup. Like I try and get things, I get really upset if like I start my show and things are all messed up and I don't know what, like it, I have a thing that I used to do. I still have it. It's the intro button where it's like, if I start the show and things are messed up and I got to fix it, I turn on the intro button. So it doesn't count as a show yet. You're still watching the intro. I'm there, but I'm putzing around trying to make things right.
That's the kind of stuff I was, you know, I'm starting to get set up, but you know, I've done a whole bunch of research into it and checking into it, but I'll end up into that research paralysis. So I've gotten to the point where I said, okay, I know enough where I can do I guess an okay stream, and like the rest of it, I'm just trying to learn as I make mistakes and move along like that.
Well, definitely going to raid you next time we got some overlap. I appreciate you shouting me out on the No Fugazi podcast, man. That was fun.
Well, I saw you in the chat and they were going back and forth about free will, and I thought, well, this would be something good for for Tony to come up. And then with that other dude, which was African or something, his name Tony, that was kind of funny.
Well, that's a layup. You know, I'm not much of a theologian, you know, but that's a layup. You know, it's a settled thing. You know, there's never been the whole idea that we don't have free will is more or less a modern thing. You know, Calvinism. Throughout history, you know, God works with us. God calls us to Him, but He doesn't control us. We're not automatons. And the idea that the Calvinist God is essentially the epitome of evil.
Right. Right. Well, I mean, my position is like, you know, like Scripture does say that God creates some vessels for glory, some vessels for destruction. But people run with that verse. They proof text that verse. I mean, if we don't have free will, though, then God is really just a tyrannical, genocidal maniac, because, you know, He's punishing us then for sin and for rejection, blasphemy, and that sort of stuff. And we really didn't have a choice, because God created somebody just to torment them. That just doesn't work out. That doesn't wash.
No, so
they get their little nugget, they get their little doctrine that is like their little holy doctrine, and you can't pry it from their fingers. And when you start trying to reason with them, at least down here in the Protestant world, it becomes a social thing. So you try to reason with them. Not many of them, or at least a whole bunch of them, are not really interested in working through it to try to arrive at the truth. They just want to hang on to what they believe and their friends believe and their pastor taught them. And
they want to hang on to what's comfortable. They want to hang on to what they're used to, what's comfortable, and kind of shoo away those thoughts that give them doubts. That's kind of what that song was about that we played just before you got on. It's like, what leads you ultimately to orthodoxy, what leads you to Christ, is the inability to push away truth. The inability to be okay with a lie in your heart. And a lot of people go through this life and they become very comfortable with a lie, and they become comfortable with a convenient narrative. And anything that makes them doubt that narrative, they become experts at pushing it down, pushing it away, and ignoring it. And what leads you to Christ and what leads you to orthodoxy ultimately is an inability to push that away, and a sort of recognition, is that the word, that of that thing in your heart, and an inability to kind of like ignore it. It's the same instinct, it's the same instinct leads you from one point to another. It leads you to knowing Christ as Lord, and then it leads you to trying to find out what that means. And it finally arrives in the Orthodox Church, where you're no longer seeing their proof texting. You're no longer seeing I don't know, you'll have a hard time in Orthodoxy, because there ain't nobody arguing in the hall about religion. I'll tell you that. But that's when you go and debate the swarm of heretics that surround us.
but down here in the lower Protestants, especially down south, they don't debate religion in the halls of the church either. They just use those kind of sly, backhanded social words that the code speak. But then they have plausible deniability a lot of times,
Yeah, I remember when I was at a Baptist church and everybody had a different theology. Like, they would all be in the same room, but then when you would go and sit down and talk to them individually, everybody had their own idea of what it meant, of who Jesus was, of what salvation was, of everything. They all had their own idea of it, and nobody was there to tell them they were wrong, because the pastor was just another person with an idea.
Yeah. When I was on a podcast here a few days ago, it's called Vulcan Soapbox.
I think I've heard of that.
And the two guys that I think Vulcan Soapbox was on that stream on Cooley's show on No Fugazi when you came on. And it's kind of funny, because the guy Vulcan looks like a black version of my youngest son, Jude. I mean, he looks so much like my son that it's kind of creepy. I next time I see my father-in-law, I'm going to ask him about it. Like, where were you, so many years ago? Because my younger son looks like my father-in-law. And then Vulcan showed up, and the first time he popped up on Cooley's stream, I was like, good man, that guy looks just like, I even like screenshot it and made a little picture and sent it to my two youngest sons. My two youngest sons are only 12 months and 3 weeks apart. Okay. So they're almost Irish twins. And so, yeah, my next to the youngest was 3 months old when Deidre comes out of the bathroom with 2 lines on the little pea stick. We had a 3-month-old and she was pregnant again. Ain't no shame in my game, Tony. So I made a little 2 screenshots and joined them together of Vulcan and my son Jude, and texted it to both of them. And I had my son labeled White Jude and Vulcan labeled Black Jude. I was like, it's eerie. They look so much alike. But no, I was on that going back and forth, and they're Protestants, but I could tell that both of them are really, really interested in, truth and that sort of stuff. And they're educated, they're deep people. And so there are Protestants like myself who are looking for the truth. Like I told them on the stream, because I was debating with one of their guests, and the guest was arguing about institutional racism and all of that.
Yeah.
And I was debating with him, and it's like I told them in that debate, I said, I'm interested in truth because Jesus said, I am the way and the truth and the life. And, Jesus didn't say, I have truth to tell you or truth to give you, or I know where truth is at. He said, I am. Yeah. He made a declaration of his nature. I am the truth. I'm the way, the truth, and the life. So as I move closer to truth, which I'll probably do until the day I'm planted, I'm moving closer to Jesus. I mean, if you want more Jesus, you want more truth. So you're moving that way. And what I explained to them, I said, and that is regardless of who it associates me with or separates me from. Because that's a mistake a lot of people make in a lot of areas, but especially the churches. They get into, this is my in group, you see.
Yeah.
And then when it comes to moving a different direction, even if it's someone moving from a congregational Protestant church like the Baptists and Pentecostals and stuff, and moving into a more Episcopalian form of government like the Methodists and Presbyterians and Anglicans and stuff, even something like that'll be a big deal a lot of times. Now they'll move back and forth between Baptists and Pentecostals and non-denominational charismatics because they're basically the same. You know what I mean?
There's a lot of overlap.
But as far as moving up to, even like the Methodist church that has a lot of liturgical stuff in it, something like that. Man, us Baptists, we can find a shut down Kentucky Fried Chicken and make it into a church. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, the Orthodox, we talk crap about that, but, my church started in a small building, before I got there, and it wasn't like some nice place. It was a room in a building, and the
Orthodox church. Yeah,
they set it up inside the church, and then once they got the funds to, build a church, then they built it. But yeah, it's you work with what you got until you can get where you need to go. But yeah, there is like a sort of thing, like whenever I would go to, I remember going to a Presbyterian church, and it was just a room full of fluorescent lights and a guy with a projector and just kind of just breaking down things for an hour or something like that. So there's definitely as much as we make fun of that, the goal is to create a church, but in Alaska, sometimes you have limited abilities, a lot of small villages throughout Alaska, and, priests will get sent out there and they'll build a church within the rec room. They'll create an altar, they'll put up icons, and they will have liturgy in this small place until, the funds come to create something, like a real church.
So my understanding, because I went to, like I said, my degree is in religious studies. So we've studied a lot of, I have an above average understanding of like different denominations, religious traditions,
Yeah.
And my understanding was that the Orthodox churches only held church in like an Orthodox built church, in the shape of the cross with the stained glass windows and the icons and all of that sort of stuff. So you're telling me is kind of a new information for me.
Well, yeah, they usually start, that's the ideal way. And ultimately always the goal is to create an actual church. But, just like I said, like in these villages, if there's no church in there, that doesn't mean that these people can't, shouldn't be able to attend liturgy. As long as there's a priest, you can attend liturgy. And so traditionally, yeah, we moved towards building churches, but it's not unheard of to, like work, do basically start off somewhere until you can grow into building a church. Yeah.
Let's see. The way the Baptists do it is they don't build a church first. They build a fellowship hall, and then they have church in the fellowship hall. It's almost workable, but it's just uncomfortable enough that eventually, after the thrill of planting a church, they call it, wears off, then they'll start a building fund to build a sanctuary, and they'll say, look, we need to get out of this fellowship hall and build a sanctuary.
Yeah, but they use that term. They use that term. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, if they build a sanctuary first, then they say, well, we need a fellowship hall. The people will never pay for the fellowship hall. So they'll say, that's just a kitchen and that's just a cafeteria. We don't need a fellowship hall.
Yeah,
but if you get them in the fellowship hall first, and then you get them uncomfortable setting up tables and chairs every Sunday and Wednesday and stuff, then they'll pay to build the sanctuary.
Well, that was the thing I noticed a lot, because there's a couple Baptist churches up here, but I think the term sanctuary is oddly used because there's no sense of sanctity and there's no sense of holiness in these places. I've been to Baptist churches where they put all the chairs away and turn the supposedly this place of worship into a volleyball court. There's other Baptist churches where they had a bunch of up here. And in fact, I had a friend whose conversion story to Orthodoxy was he was at church one day, and then they decided to do a blessing for the biker gangs in that city, and a bunch of people drove into the church on their motorcycles, revving their engines, and the priests are blessing them. There's no sense of holiness. When they use these terms, it's the same way they use the term when they're talking about communion. It's like, you don't actually think that's the body and blood of Christ. So what are you doing? And you're just playing pretend is what you're doing. So it's like, that sort of thing kind of struck me, and it always kind of rubbed me the wrong way, because when I started going to a Baptist church, it was because it was the closest church to me. My car had broken down and I knew I needed something, but I wasn't sure what. But by the end of it, I felt like, I was constantly struck by the lack of reverence at the end of the day. You'd say some words, you'd sing some songs, but there was never a sense of reverence. There'd be people in there with Starbucks cups. At the end of, they would turn it into a volleyball court. They would do all this stuff, and it was just like, they didn't have to do that. They didn't they didn't have a church and a gym. They just thought it'd be a fun way because they were seeker friendly. Let's invite the people for volleyball, turn our church into a sports game. And that just always kind of rubbed me the wrong way. How can you do that if this is a sanctuary? How can you do that if this is a holy place?
A lot of that you can thank Rick Warren for out in California in his book, The Purpose-Driven Church.
Yeah.
He taught a lot of that. I call that Walmart Christianity.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'll refer to it as retail Christianity. It's all about being what you call seeker friendly. He used that phrase. And it's all about, we got to have the children's church. We got to have a big youth group so the teenagers will feel cool here. We got to have a coffee shop in the foyer. We got to have a bookstore over here. We have to have a men's group, a women's group, a singles group, a senior citizens group, a divorcees group. We got to have all these different, we have to have all these services.
Yeah.
That sort of stuff.
And they're selling it. They're basically selling Christianity. And you could sell it when it's as simple as saying, I believe.
Yeah.
What
about church discipline in the Orthodox Church?
What do you mean?
What I mean is, like, let's say you lived in an area where there were several Orthodox churches within driving distance.
Yeah. I do.
And then like your priest or whatever, let's say your wife went to her clergy and said, hey, Tony is not treating me right, blah, blah, blah. We need some intervention or some guidance or something, right? Some guidance. And so y'all go in and sit down, and the priest or whomever you meet with tells you something you don't like. So you tell them to fall in a hole. It says, my house, I'll do what I want, and go home. In the Orthodox Church, is it successful for the clergy to then tell you, for instance, you can't receive communion until you come back into whatever.
That's exactly what's going on.
But that's the way it should happen. But when that happens, how common is it for that Orthodox, or possible for that Orthodox Catholic to then say, well, y'all ain't to only hustle and then drive down the road to the next Orthodox church and just go there and take communion? Or does the Orthodox church instead, is it common for them? Because all Protestant churches will tell you that they have church discipline.
Yeah.
But they really don't. Some of them do, but they really don't. So how common is it for that process to actually work that way to bring that Orthodox brother back into the fold versus he just never goes back to that church with that priest that told him to do something he didn't want to do, and he goes and finds another one?
Well, there's a couple things to that. One, a lot of this stuff is dealt with in confession, and if there is someone unrepentant, he can be blocked from communion. If someone is unrepentant in heresy, they can eventually become anathema and handed over to the devil. The other thing is, a church in Orthodoxy is within a diocese, and so there's a group of churches and they're under the bishop. So somebody becomes a problem to the point where they're trying to do something like that. First off, they'd be taking the Eucharist unworthily, and it could end up really hurting them, to be honest, because these are holy objects. If you take them with deceit, then you could end up becoming very ill, actually. So, but yeah, the bishop, if something like that isn't taken care of by the priest will go to the bishop, and the bishop will either, it's not as if it's just like militant, but it'll basically be like, look, you either have to change your ways or you will be prevented from communion. And usually the thing is, in Orthodoxy, is there's not really this sense of not usually this sense of trying to get it where you can. There's this sense of restoration. The Orthodox Church is a hospital for the soul. So when your priest tells you that what you're doing is wrong, you don't really say screw you. When your priest tells you what you're doing is wrong, you take that man is under the authority of God. That man is speaking to you. That man handles the body and blood of Christ. And that man is responsible for what he tells you before God. He's responsible in many ways for your sins. So it's a very serious thing. If a priest advises you in a particular way and you just shirk it off and say, I'm going to go to some other church, it doesn't really make sense, because a priest doesn't advise you to do this for any other reason, but because your soul is in some way his responsibility. Your salvation is in some way his responsibility.
I'm with you. And so to speak, on paper, a lot of Protestant churches say the same thing, but human beings are political. And that comes right on into the church, the politics. So what I'm trying to find out is, in actual practice, I mean, I know how it should be. I mean,
I'm saying this is how it actually is. This is how it actually is. And everyone, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, Orthodoxy isn't feel good. People aren't going there to get their rocks off. People are going there to worship. It's a serious thing. And so, like, when people are like, if you're butting heads against a priest, yeah, you can go to another church. That's not the end of the world. But if a priest tells you that you can no longer receive communion and you try and go somewhere else, that's going to be found out eventually. First off. Second off, when I say it's going to have real world effects if you take the Eucharist unworthily, I'm serious about that. So, and these the priests do know each other, and they are all under the same bishop. So if somebody becomes a problem to that degree, they will be reported to the bishop. The bishop will know about it, and the bishop presides over all the churches in the diocese. So it would be a very difficult thing to do something like that. And I think if you persisted in your sin, you might be in danger of being kicked out of the church entirely.
Because generations ago there was very strict church discipline in the Protestant churches. But with the advent, you know, of feminism and progressivism and the infiltration and that sort of stuff, it got less and less and less. Like when my mother was a child, which would have been in the 40s and 50s, there was a lot more church discipline. When her parents were young, like my grandmother was Baptist, my grandfather was Methodist. And in their day, when they got married, my grandmother had to convert to Baptist just to marry my grandfather. Now, keep in mind, my grandfather was born in 1901, so he was like really great grandfather age, you know, when, you know, from me. So, so when they got married back then, Baptist and Methodist looked at one another almost like Protestant Catholic.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, the Protestant nowadays, Protestants are Protestants. Most Protestants today, it's a very frustrating thing for me when I try to talk to them about, you know, doctrine, theology, and philosophy and stuff. But most Protestants today have no idea why they are in the denomination they're in. Few Protestants know what separates a Baptist from a Methodist, from a Holiness, from a Pentecostal, from a Lutheran, from a Episcopalian, Presbyterian. They don't know. You know, they're into that kind of stuff. All they know is don't judge. That's all they know. You know, but it was just a few generations ago that Baptist was Baptist and Methodist was Methodist because they understood what separated them doctrinally and theologically.
Yeah, yeah.
But nowadays it's just so, you know, it's Jesus in your heart. It's all that femininity in the church.
Yeah,
it's
very
all about
simple.
how you feel.
It's
all about how you
of
feel. There's no depth. And when you try to preach a masculine sermon or talk about masculine, you know, truths, well, they call that hellfire and brimstone.
Yeah, yeah.
They call that hellfire and brimstone. But, you know, it's just, if we could get back to that, I would be a lot less frustrated than the Protestant churches. But nowadays, because of, like I said, feminism and progressivism came into the church and that sort of stuff.
It was inevitable. It was inevitable because even a couple generations before that, Lutherans and Calvinists were killing each other in the streets. And the thing is, these people don't have apostolic succession. So what authority are they operating on besides their own will and their own spiritual delusions? I've always wondered this. Like, I remember when I was a Protestant, I'd be like, how do you become a pastor? How do you become a leader of a church? Oh, well, you go to seminary and they teach you the stuff. You're like, yeah, but where's that coming from? Well, this is a really good seminary. They teach the Bible really good. And this Bible Institute can get you ordained or something like that. But it was just like, but where does the authority come from? It's just a bunch of people telling you that they know what the Bible means, and then setting you on your way. Now go off and, you know, if you feel differently, you know, do your thing. The fact of the matter is, like, in Orthodoxy, we have apostolic tradition. We have the church. We have the canons. These things are laid down and unchangeable. So the authority comes from the apostles themselves and from Christ himself. There is no personal interpretation of how these things go. And it's always a really strange thing. I always felt that looming over me when I was Protestant. I always felt this sort of like, where is this authority? And you could tell the Protestants feel it too, because they're constantly arguing with their pastors and arguing with each other about these things. And it's like, because they know ultimately, why are you over me? And there's this sort of anarchy, a sort of democracy of authority. In a sense, there is no authority, because every single person who's preaching a sermon is in no way you look at them and you say, why are you doing this instead of me? Oh, because I went to school for it. Oh, because I read the Bible more. How many people are just self-proclaimed preachers and pastors and stuff like that? Who made the school? Oh, it was a Wesleyan. A Wesleyan built this school. Well, who's Wesley? Oh, well, he's a guy who was sure that he knew what the Bible meant. It's just like it's so insane when you remove the Bible from its context as a liturgical text, and all of a sudden it just becomes this thing like the Constitution. Like, people are like, this is the thing I hold to. Yeah, but what does it mean? And you get two people, three opinions on it. and no one can tell anyone they're wrong because they have zero authority. How can you have a church without actual authority? How can you have anything without actual authority? There's a saint that said, hell is a democracy, heaven is a kingdom. You need to, and it's kind of indicative of the time. There's no humility. There's no willingness to submit to a higher authority. It's mostly people say, yeah, I believe in Jesus, and Jesus just happens to say everything I was thinking already.
What are you smiling about, Tony?
I don't know. I'm just waiting for you to say something. I was done.
Yeah. I told you when I was on the stream the last time, there's just a few doctrinal sort of questions that I have that I would have to reconcile, work through. Well, I don't have a problem with either the Orthodox or the Romans, and I know how you Orthodox guys feel about the Romans. They're like it seems like from y'all's perspectives, the Romans are like your sibling who's going out there chasing loose women and, smoking a little dope, maybe. I don't know.
The Romans are heretics. They changed the creeds. They changed the creed. They changed the teachings of the church to suit their purposes. And very quickly after the schism, they started engaging in all sorts of things that were traditionally, verboten within the church, such as usury.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we look at them in the same way that we look at Oriental Orthodox. We look at them in the same way that we look at Protestants. Okay, Catholics, they may seem similar to us in certain ways, but they're not. In the same way that Oriental Orthodox may seem similar to us, but they're actually the earliest heretics. There's a real push where people are like trying to mull over the differences, but these differences, saints were willing to die for them. Saints were willing to give their lives. The church fathers suffered to bring the truth into through history, and to simply sit there and be like, oh, but maybe it was just a difference of opinion and we look different. It's like that's spitting in the face of the people who died to protect the faith throughout the ages.
Yeah, but y'all are real quick to say y'all aren't Catholic, but but you really mean when you say you're not Catholic, you really mean you're not Roman Catholic, right?
Yeah, we are Catholic. We are Catholic, which has a lot. I'm reticent to explain what that word means because you get yelled at if you say universal. But
I'm with you.
So there was something I wanted to say about that. What did you say before you the Roman Catholic thing?
Man, it's midnight and I'm 54 years old. You expecting me to remember something I said 3 words ago?
Gee whiz. He said something that got me thinking.
Do the Orthodox do the rosary and all of that?
We do prayer beads. I got prayer beads.
But do y'all do the whole Hail Mary, Mother of God, blessed is thy womb?
We pray to Mary, we pray to the saints, and in praying to them, what we're actually doing is asking them to pray for us, because the kingdom of God is eternal, and those who die in Christ live forever. So it's only a recognition of what Christ and the apostles told us, that these people are here in a way more real than you and I are here, because they exist eternally with God. So if I ask you to pray for me, that's one thing. But if I ask a saint who has already put on eternal life to pray for me and is sitting in the kingdom of heaven, it carries a lot of weight. I will say this. I had a lot of doubts as well. Well, not doubts, misgivings, things that confused me. Icons confused me, for instance. Well, what I found, one, you got to go to a liturgy. You got to go to a divine liturgy, bro. And what you'll see, what you'll experience will make you realize these misgivings are my modernistic mind. And what I'm experiencing now is true holiness. It's a me problem, and I have to figure it out. Because that's what happened to me. I had all these misgivings about icons and stuff like that, but I visited an Orthodox church 4 weeks in a row. while I was a Baptist. At the end of those 4 weeks, I could not go back to the Baptist church. I couldn't. I went back and I felt like I was doing something wrong. I said, what is this? Where is the holiness? Where is the grace of God? I had to go back to the Orthodox church. And so I said in my heart, okay, I have these misgivings. I have these things that confuse me, but I know that this is where God is. And so I just kept going. Well, before I became Orthodox, I just kept going because I couldn't go anywhere else, because I'd experienced a grace that I'd never experienced in my entire life in the Orthodox church.
So here's what I run into, just come from a logical perspective, standpoint. Like when you say, I went back and I felt, like I did something wrong, and I felt the grace and everything. I know so many pious Protestants.
Yeah.
And there's not many of them, but I know a lot of them who would just as sincerely, from their side of their eyeballs, feel just as 100% genuinely, sincerely committed to that statement as you do.
Yeah.
Except it's going to be their experience on the Protestant side.
Yeah.
So, how is it like? It's real big in the Protestant church. Like if you would ask them, where does your authority come from? They're going to tell you the Holy Spirit. Right. And of course, the next question becomes, well, how do you know that's the Holy Spirit and it's not last night's chili?
Yeah.
Right.
It's called pre-list. There's a lot of people walking around with a head full of ideas that they think God's telling them.
Right. But say, like in your case with your story that you just told.
Yeah.
How do you know that when you went back to the Baptist church and it just felt wrong, that was truth or some sort of a conviction of the Spirit or whatever telling you that, and not some other emotion or some other bias that you might have had that you misinterpreted as that? How did you know that?
Well, I didn't. I was careful not to say feel when it came to Orthodoxy. What I said was experience. And that's kind of why I was trying to encourage you to just go to a liturgy, because it's a stark difference between being between a feeling. And I guess words are a difficult thing here. In Orthodoxy, we're very careful about our feelings. We recognize how fickle we are. We recognize how easily we are led astray by our own passions and our own thoughts and our own machinations. So prelest is something we guard ourselves against constantly. It's kind of the main thing. It's one of the main things, is guarding yourself against spiritual delusion, which is called prelest. So when I went to the Orthodox church, it wasn't a feeling. I didn't get a feeling. I had an experience that was unlike anything I'd ever had. And I'd gone to almost every church. I'd been to, Roman Catholic churches, Novus Ordo, Irish Catholic churches. I went to Latin Mass. I went to Baptist. I went to Presbyterian, non-denom. I went to all different types of churches.
USA or PCA?
It's been I remember the difference, but it was the one with I remember their symbol was a little unnerving when I looked at it. But I don't know what the symbols are. I just know that amongst us Protestants down here, PCA would be the way. If I was going to be a Calvinist and beyond that, even a Presbyterian, it would be PCA. It would not be PC. PCUSA, you're liable to end up with a transgender lesbian for a pastor. So that's why I was asking. PCUSA is extremely progressive. Well, yeah, I went to all of those. I went to a Methodist church. I did all of that, but it wasn't. It's like I was saying earlier, there was always this feeling of like, what is the authority on here? And I did this thought that what is the authority on here? And while, outside of Orthodoxy, I would get a feeling in a church, these quote unquote churches, I would get a feeling, but I would also constantly have a cognitive dissonance that I had to push down of where is their authority? Why are they saying this? Why do they think they're right? Do they think they're right? Is this a confidence game? Are they convincing themselves they're right by telling it to a bunch of people passionately? Or is there something else? Because I read the Bible a lot, and every church I went to, I did not see what I read in the Bible. I didn't see it. And so what I was saying is there is an experiential thing. You'll see this with Jim Bob. You'll see that with a lot of us, that ultimately argumentation falls flat because it's not just about the argument. I think, historically there is nothing you can say. Historically, there's nothing that can be said against orthodoxy. Orthodoxy is the church that Christ planted, the apostles kept, and it's been passed on throughout history. There's no debate on that. People will think that there's a debate, but it really is just a misunderstanding of the history. It is true that the Oriental Orthodox misinterpreted Saint Cyril and basically went to the opposite end. This is going too deep, but basically went to the opposite end of Arianism to avoid Arianism. Instead of recognizing the subtlety of revealed truth, they became bogged down by a philosophy first, much like Origen, much like many people throughout history. They put the philosophy first. And you'll see that same trend in modern Protestantism. You'll see people say things like, they'll make up a rubric, on how to interpret everything. They'll say, it's once saved, always saved. I know that. Therefore, any scripture that I read has to be read in that format. Well, what gave you that? Well, a scripture that I read. I read this line and I said, this is the most important line in the Bible. This is the most important one. And now I'm going to read everything else so that it supports this one, instead of taking it holistically, recognizing revealed truth, and not leaning into your own philosophy. Because we don't get everything. We don't get all of it. We don't get told all of it. Not here, not now.
Right. Well, I've been having that conversation with a lot of Protestants for 30 something years now. But what you said was that when you went back to the Baptist church, that it just felt wrong.
Yeah.
When you went to back to the Orthodox, that it felt right or true, but then when you went to the Baptist, it felt wrong. So that's kind of what I was kind of talking about when I asked you, how did you know that was some sort of a spiritual sort of experience and not just, I don't know, just your mood that day or something, or
it was like I said before, I had a lot of misgivings beforehand about the Baptist church when they said they're going to do a volleyball court in the so-called sanctuary, when they said when they handed out cups of the blood of Christ and then everybody drank them and threw the cups in the garbage. And when I stood up and said, why are we throwing away the blood of Christ? There's still blood in these cups. Why are we throwing it away? They said, oh, we don't actually believe it's the real body and blood of Christ. I had experiences, some I don't want to get into because they involve other people, but ultimately there was always this part of me, this cognitive dissonance, like I was talking about, these things that I had to push out in order to believe that what I was doing was actually going to church, in order to believe that this is Christianity, that what I'm experiencing here at this Baptist church is Christianity, despite how incongruent it is with what I read in scripture. And so that was something that was always there. In Orthodoxy, after experiencing Orthodoxy and realizing I had questions, I had things that because of my upbringing, I was confused about. Icons, for one, which comes from Islam, which kind of came out, attacked all these Christian nations, broke their crosses, broke their icons, and said there is nothing that symbolizes Christ, even though nothing that symbolizes God, even though Christ symbolizes God, Christ himself. This is essentially continuing the tradition of those who attacked the church, the Muslims. So I had confusion about that, and I learned, but the experience I had within the Orthodox Church was an experience of holiness, not a feeling. I'm very careful about feelings. I'm very careful about that. I'm very careful about self-deception. And that's kind of what led me, kind of like in the beginning of this conversation. The same thing that leads you to recognize that Christ is Lord, it eventually does lead you to orthodoxy, because while, you know, you can live outside of that truth for a short time, but when you reckon with Christ, you some part of you, if you refuse to reckon with Christ, some part of you will always, there's always going to be a part of you that you have to push down, because like you said, Christ is the way, the truth, and the life. The truth is a man, the God-man Christ. So like, you're refusing to reckon with the truth. So when you start seeking the truth, these other things, I'm describing them as feelings. It's like a feeling, because it's hard to, I don't have the words for it, but you start to sense when things are in contradiction, and you start to have a sensitivity for contradiction. You start to have a real sensitivity in yourself. So, but up until I went to the Orthodox Church, I just thought that's how I had to live. I thought I had to live with this contradiction. I thought I had to live pushing down these thoughts, pushing down these sorts of, these things that I'm like, I know this isn't what the Bible says, but this person says they're an authority, and I'm not an authority, and who is an authority? I had to push all that down and just go to church. When I experienced orthodoxy, it wasn't like that. All of that went away. And so it's just, when I returned to the Baptist church, it was like what I'd been sensing previously, but now with the genuine article as a comparison.
So I'm understanding that. But again, you know, I've been in church for 34 years and everything, and I've heard so many Protestants say similar things as far as their conviction and their experience and their commitment. Let me ask you this, just coming from like a logical perspective.
Yeah.
How is it that this is the truth? How do you know this is the truth? Well, because we say it's the truth. How do you stay out of that circular reasoning logically when it comes to that? Because some logicians would say that the argument, well, we're the oldest, would sort of be like a genetic fallacy.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
To say, because, so like in my mind, I think, well, yeah, the Orthodox is the oldest Christian denomination that we have, but how then does it follow and not end up with a non sequitur that because they're the oldest, they're the least corrupt or the not corrupt or the correct, just because they're the oldest? That almost seems, again, like we've always done it this way, sort of a logical thing. And I'm asking that question. Let me wrap that up in the caveat. I don't believe for a minute that logic can lead you all the way to Jesus. I believe that logic can lead you a long way, but there is that epistemological chasm between logic and philosophy and, thought and revelation and God. And I believe that faith lives inside of that epistemological chasm. Like, if we could logic our way all the way to Jesus, we would not need faith. We just figure it out. Just like we, logically figured out how to build an engine for a car, right? We could logically find our way to God. We wouldn't need faith. So I don't think that logic can carry you all the way to God. There is a place where because logic lives in a finite man's mind. So logic will carry us so far, and then there is that epistemological chasm, right? So I don't think logic can lead you the whole way, but that route going as far as you can go, how do you stay out of circular reasoning? And you might just tell me to talk to Jay Dyer, but how do you stay out of that circular reasoning?
That is a good.
And how do you avoid fallacies like what could be, I guess, thought of as a genetic fallacy, that because we've been here the longest, then we're the least corrupt and we're the most correct or the truest?
Well, there's a lot there. First off, you gave me an
Yeah.
out, but
That's why I thought you'd just tell me to talk to Jay.
well, it would be good for you to talk to Jay, though. To be honest, and basically, but let me do my best to address this. In simple terms, because I'm not a philosophy major, but it's not simply that it's the oldest. The history of the Orthodox Church is this: Christ planted a church, the apostles carried it, they safeguarded it through their disciples, who they were very careful to pick. If you read in Timothy, he talks about being do not be quick to lay hands on a successor. Essentially, this is a line of succession that reaches to today. So, and he also said, Paul said in Timothy, he said, remember everything I taught you both in word and in letter, meaning there was much more being taught than just the letters of Paul. There was, so there's this thing where the faith and the practice of the faith was passed down by the apostles to their successors, and that succession continues until today. I know you already know this, but
Right.
the Bible is compiled, what is it, after the Council of Nicaea? So was it 400 AD the Bible is compiled? Before that, many people safeguarded this with the teachings of the church. Some churches had some letters, some churches had some other letters, and there was disagreement, mostly among the Gnostics, who would try and smuggle in fake texts. But when this finally got hammered out as the Bible, this was never taken as, okay, now we have the handbook for Christianity. It was a liturgical document that was used liturgically and through within the context of the church. So not only are you having these people are the people that gave you the Bible, but these people are the people who safeguarded the faith throughout the ages. So it's not just like it's the oldest. It's these people fought, died, were tortured, were willing to go to their death to protect this truth throughout history, and it still exists to this day. So it's so that's one aspect. It's not just that it's the oldest thing, it's the fact that it is the church that has continued through history, which Christ himself planted. The truth and the faith was agreed upon throughout history, and the only thing that happened was some people broke away from it. The only thing that happened in history is some people said, actually, no, it's this. Like with the Filioque, they changed the creed. The creed says that the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father, and with the Father and Son together is worshipped and glorified. 500 years later, the Latin West said, actually, we're going to change it. We're going to say that the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father and the Son. This is a top-down, complete change of the faith as delivered through the saints, through the apostles, through the church fathers, and through their successors throughout history. So really, it comes down to that. It's, do you believe that these people who died, who came to the Council of Nicaea missing eyes, missing limbs because of the torture they endured, who were willing to sacrifice their lives to keep the faith, do you believe that they safeguarded the church? Do you believe that they safeguarded the truth throughout history? If they did not, then the gates of hell prevailed against the church, and Christ said that would never happen.
Well, I don't necessarily think that your conclusion that the gates of hell prevailed against the church would actually would necessarily follow, but I understand, your reasoning towards that direction. But and again, don't think for a minute that I'm trying to disparage orthodoxy or argue my point or whatever. I could be orthodox tomorrow, like I said earlier, if it wasn't for just a few issues that I deal with, because my faith, I know I'm a filthy Protestant from y'all side of the fence, but my faith and my belief and that sort of stuff is something that is very much like a part of my person, just as much as like maleness is it's ontologically a part of who I am. So it's not something that I flippantly do. It's, my faith is not something like what belt will match these shoes kind of a thing. It's something that it's the paradigm through which I live my life, for better, for worse. Not that I've always done godly things or correct things or just things or whatever, but I have always striven to have done. So it's, if I were to convert to orthodoxy, it would not be something that I would do for some temporal reason.
Yeah.
It would have to be something that I believed, that I was convinced was truth.
Yeah.
Not
And
just
see, so this is why
so trendy and that kind of stuff. So that's why I'm asking these questions.
Yeah.
So if I'm understanding at least part of what you were just saying, then you were saying that it's convincing to you that since these people were willing to live and die by their beliefs, that is something that indicates the truth of their belief.
No, I'm simply saying that this is the history of it. Whether it's convincing is just a matter of personal opinion. Anybody can say, I'm not convinced. In fact, that's all an atheist ever does, but it's just one argument. It's a argument for this. I was simply making the distinction that it's not just the oldest church. It is the same church throughout history. And there was never any indication of any other church. So this is the continuation of the church that Christ planted, and that's just a fact. So the idea that these other things, when it comes to the logic thing and the genetic fallacy, I think that, to me, in some way does away with the genetic fallacy, because the alternative to that is that there was like a secret group of Baptists. Was it Trail of Blood? There's some secret group of Baptists actually practicing the Baptist faith throughout history, and people have written books trying to convince themselves that this is true. But when you actually look into it, and also, why would they want to convince themselves that this is true if they didn't feel some sort of lack? If they didn't feel like there needs to be something connecting us to the original church? Obviously they feel that need. And what's it called? Trail of Blood, I think the book's called, was an attempt to essentially do that, connect all these different heretical groups who believe nothing like what the Baptists believe today, but they weren't part of the church. And so some of them were Arians, some of them worshipped Mary. They were all these weird heretical sects, and the Baptists, in an attempt to claim that they are in some way the historical church, adopted all of these heretical groups as the Baptists of the past. Now, first off, that's an insane thing on its face, but second off, why would you feel the need to do that? If you're a Baptist in the modern world, why would you think that I need to be able to trace the lineage of what I'm doing to some historical church? Well, you would want to do that because otherwise the gates of hell have prevailed against the church. You want to do that because otherwise you have to come up with some pseudo history where Christ taught the apostles taught their disciples, and then everyone immediately fell away. And then it was restored in 1800 by a guy named John Smith, who baptized himself.
John Smith.
He founded Baptist, the Baptist faith. And before he died, he became convinced that his baptism wasn't authentic and tried to become not Mennonite, not Amish, something, what's the word? what's the word? He tried to, I forget the name of the faith, but of the ideology, but he tried to get baptized in another church because after founding the Baptist religion, he became convinced that his baptism was false, and he tried to join another church. Now, again, roots, I find roots important. The Anglican Church started with a divorced king. The Baptist Church started with a guy who baptized himself and then spent the rest of his years doubting his baptism. And there's a million things like this in all of these so-called churches of the modern day. So when I talk about the historicity of Orthodoxy, and when I talk about the laying on of hands and the succession of priests and how important that is for authority, even those outside of the Orthodox Church, some part of them seeks that history, seeks that succession to the point where they'll make up a book claiming a bunch of heretic groups are actually Baptists throughout history. And that's what happens when you have the Bible without the church. That's what happens when you take the Bible and say it's just this thing. And also, let me take out a bunch of books of it so that there's 66 books. By the way, do you know when the Deuterocanon was taken out of the King James Bible? Do you know what year that happened?
Not right offhand. Again, I'm old and worn out and all that kind of stuff.
1666. Just, I don't know. I always found that to be kind of interesting, that's when they removed the Deuterocanon from the Bible.
I think you may be getting close to Gary the Numbers guy on that.
I don't know Gary the Numbers guy, but I always thought that was kind of interesting that when they tore the Deuterocanon out of the Bible, they did in the year 1666. Coincidentally, that's the same year that Sabbatai Zevi led half of the Jewish world into a new form of Judaism that proclaimed sin was the way to salvation.
Who was that?
He was considered the Jewish Messiah at the time.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to be considered.
But that's the thing, though, Dane. This is why I said it's not just about argumentation, because that's why I said you have to experience the liturgy yourself. Because people could say things forever, but it until you experience it yourself and understand where we're coming from, it's all just words. It's all just mental gymnastics.
Yeah, I'm still, like I said, there's a lot that I have to work through. If I were to ever convert to either the Roman or the Orthodox, either one.
I didn't say convert. I said go to liturgy.
I know. I understand that. But, people will also say, hey, Dane, let's get lunch. I got a business opportunity I want to talk to you about. And you say, well, what kind of business opportunity? Let's just get lunch. I'll talk to you there.
Ain't nobody hunting you down. Ain't nobody hunting you down.
Yoga pants. You're selling printed yoga pants. Mary Kay. So, go to liturgy, Dane. And when you get there, we're going to throw some holy water on you and you're going to wake up with a new
brother.
car.
That's that Protestant thing. We're not really doing that. Ain't nobody worried about you, Dane. You're going to show up and everyone in that church is going to be worshiping God, and they probably won't notice you unless you get there early.
What could you tell me is the major differences in a Roman Catholic Mass and what Ortho people call a liturgy?
Well, it depends on which version of Roman Catholic you are. It depends on which version of Roman Catholic you are. If you're a Roman Catholic that actually follows the Pope, then you can go to clown mass right now, because Novus Ordo was essentially a Catholic capitulation to Protestant ideas. So now they'll have churches with, a band playing and just some weird thing and everybody just kind of hanging out. And then it almost is, the tradition has been sucked out of it. But then you could also be someone who is somehow Roman Catholic, but against your Pope, who says not to do traditional Latin Mass. But the main difference, the main differences are the heresy of the filioque, the fact that they don't use leavened bread, even though the entire the historical church always used leavened bread. They switched over to unleavened bread. They switched the creed, so it's not just a also they're papists, so they think that the Pope is the vicar of Christ on earth, but now they don't. Geez, Roman Catholicism, where do you even begin? Roman Catholicism at first, shortly after the 1054 schism, the Pope wrote something called Dictatus Papae, which says essentially that the Pope is the king of the world, the vicar of Christ. He has the right to depose and elect kings, and basically gave himself, I don't know, like a Konami cheat code at life. Like basically whatever I say goes, I'm the king of Christianity. So that was the first however many 100 years of Roman Catholicism. Then Vatican II comes and they start trying to walk it back. And now he's kind of like a spokesperson. And it's like, well, those two things are in contradiction of one another. So how does that work? Well, they don't. And so that's why you have all sorts of people within the Roman Catholic world that have basically checked out. They adhere without thinking. They adhere without thought. Because if you start thinking about the contradictions of the fact that your Pope is allowing idol worship in the church and, kissing the frickin' wall and etc., and telling you that the way you worship God in the Roman Catholic Church is wrong, and he wants you to do the Novus Ordo service and trying to stop traditional Latin Mass. Like there's it's not just a difference of how it looks, it's a difference of everything. The whole thing is corrupt from top to bottom. The whole thing is a corrupt and highly powerful institution. And I believe that it was pride and a desire for power that allowed for the schism to happen in the first place. So similarities, I don't know. All I see are differences.
Well, yeah, I know. It's just the thing is, I've been Catholic Mass before, which is very different than Protestant churches or whatever. I mean, when you get into Episcopalian and Methodist churches, there's a lot of similarities between the Romans and those Protestant churches, those higher churches. But no, just trying to figure it out, like when you said, about the Pope issuing edicts and you talk about the apostolic succession, which I understand. If the patriarch at Rome or whatever he would have been called under Orthodoxy, when the schism happened within the apostolic possession, then it would seem that apostolic possession would have passed to that person that became the Pope, right? The laying on of hands, the apostolic succession. And then when he separated from the Orthodox, it would seem, it doesn't make sense that would have undone that succession if he had been ordained by the Orthodox. And then if he continued that apostolic succession down through his clergy or whatever, then it would seem that apostolic succession would have moved on down through, even though he was separated now from the Orthodox. But if the original Pope had that succession and then passed that succession on down through his underlings or whatever through the centuries, and if that moved on into, through people like Luther, who was a Roman priest, and those guys, you see, this is the kind of stuff I try to work out in my mind because I understand the apostolic succession. And that's an issue that I have with a lot of us lower Protestants. Is like I said, you can just have some guy that gathers 2 or 3 or 4 people around him, and he can go find a Dollar General that went out of business or something, and he can say, well, we're a church, and there's no ordination there except that we all agree, which is another, appeal to consensus. Because we all agree that this guy is called by God and ordained by God, we all agree on that, so that makes it true. That's a a fallacy. But you know, that's what happens. So you know, I'm trying to figure out that doesn't seem to work.
Well, I'll say
But-
what the people in chat are saying, because they're saying it better than I would have. J-Rip said, heresy is apostasy, meaning you are not transferring the Holy Spirit to your successors if you have apostatized from the church. The church is one, holy and apostolic. Apostolic succession, Exet says, apostolic succession is not a disease that can continue to pass when separated from the church. When you separate from the church, all authority is lost. So it's not just like this thing, like it's once you leave the church, the laying on of hands means nothing. So, and it's not just the laying on of hands that gives the authority. It is the fact that the creed, the canons, and the teachings have not changed. What happened in Roman Catholicism was essentially a worldliness, a desire for earthly power, which is often what leads people astray. The Orthodox Church has suffered throughout history, often at the hands of the Roman Catholics, among others, in order to maintain the truth, in order to safeguard the truth from the heresies and from the heretics who would rather just, you know, smudge the numbers and act like the truth is relative. So yeah, there is no apostolic succession in the Roman Catholic Church because there is no Roman Catholic Church. There is only the Orthodox Church. And when they separated from that church and created their own thing, they exited the church.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. But then when I go back to considering that, like I said, I told you the first stream I was on with you that there's just a few things that I'm working that I have to work through.
These were things I thought about too. I like that you articulated.
It's not that I'm trying to Catholic bash or, you know, whatever. But I understand what you're saying that he said in chat. I say he, it could be a she, I don't know, in chat. And I get that, but then I end up with the question of, okay, so, you know, heresy, apostasy, there's no, that stops the apostolic succession.
Yeah.
But then the question becomes, well, who decided that?
The church itself, the canons.
That would be the people who wanted there to not be a separation, the people who wanted the Romans to come back or to remain in orthodoxy said, well, I mean, according to what the person you quoted in chat said, it would be like, well, if you go off into heresy or apostasy or whatever by the, you know, but the Great Schism or whatever, when you separate from orthodoxy, well, then that means that the apostolic succession that that you were a part of prior to the schism, now it's null and void.
Yeah, because well, why wouldn't it be?
It would be the people who wanted to keep Rome within orthodoxy.
No, this is something that was dealt with throughout the first 1,000 years of the church. The church maintained the same teachings throughout history. When someone said, no, it's not that, it's this, for whatever reason, usually lust for power, or pride, whenever that happened, this is kind of like what we were talking about earlier, where somebody starts teaching against the church, they are excommunicated. They're no longer part of the church. You can't be part of the church and actively attack it. You can't be part of the church and try and change the truth which has been preserved throughout history. It's an undeniable fact that the Roman Catholic changed many, many things, and they separated from the church. It's an undeniable fact that the Oriental Church changed many things and separated from the church. So it's really a simple thing. It's a straight line. It's a straight line, and it's those of us who continue within it, and those of us who break off and wither. You know, and so when you leave that truth, which has been safeguarded through history, you no longer are part of the church. The church is the bride of Christ. Its gifts are apostolic succession. Whatever these people outside of the church are doing, it has nothing to do with it. It's a mimicry of it without the actual grace.
So I'm assuming it's your contention, your assertion that the church, in this case the Orthodox Church, that it was somehow or another immune from the sinful tendencies of man. So then, whatever some leader had, that it was immune from some church leader.
No, it wasn't immune, because otherwise there wouldn't be schisms. There wouldn't be apostasies. There wouldn't be heresies. No, it's safeguarded throughout history, but there has been people that broke away. There have been people that have changed the creeds. There have been people, who started teaching start preaching another Christ or teaching another gospel. It's not, but the through line remains the same. So it's not that, the difference is right there. The difference is as clear as this is what the church always taught, that the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father. This is the creed. This is in the canons. This is what the church has always taught. And then someone on their own authority decided, no, that's not the case. It's this instead. And so it's not as if, we're immune to it. No, people fall away. Groups fall away. They were all Orthodox at one point. The Roman Catholic Church was the Orthodox Church. We didn't do anything. We stayed the course. They broke off. We stayed the course. They changed things. All we're doing is continuing to stay the course. And even into today, there are people trying to introduce heresies. There are people trying to mull over heresies with ecumenism and say that it's all good and we should start doing joint celebrations with heretics. Well, those people will eventually be anathematized and they will schism. And the schism may be large or small, or they will repent and return to the fold. But this is history. This is what happens in protecting the truth throughout history. It's inevitable. The snakes come and they do everything they can to attack the Church of Christ, and it takes who it can take.
But how is it that you know that the snakes you spoke of didn't stay in the church and politic around and recruit and lead others to agree with them, and then the establishment, the organization of the church stray from the truth, and that the people who broke away were the people who insisted on staying on the track?
The people who agreed with everything the church taught for 500, for 1,000, for however many years, and then and then eventually said, no, it's something else. How do we know that it's them and not us? Because the truth has been preserved throughout history. So it's not and any other thing. So the idea that this is a sort of amorphous thing that can be changed, that's not truth. The idea that these things maybe we were wrong. Maybe the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Son as well. Maybe, it's a dual procession, and the Holy Spirit is a sort of a lesser, basically a demigod that the Father and Son wield. The idea of that was never taught throughout the history of the church. It was a brand new thing that was introduced. And so when that thing becomes introduced by people who are in error, then it's glaringly obvious, because that's the only thing there is. There's this thing which has existed throughout history, and then there's these people who went off on their own ideas. They came later on.
But when you say, there's this thing that's existed throughout history, how does that not become a genetic fallacy that amounts to this is the way it was always done?
A genetic fallacy. A genetic fallacy. It's not this is how it's always done. This is the faith once for all delivered to the saints. This is the faith that was safeguarded throughout history. I I don't know how, maybe that is a genetic fallacy. I'm not really deep on philosophy, but
see, that's what I'm trying to work out. Just for the record, that's what I have to work out in my mind.
well,
You
but
see what I'm saying? Like
yeah,
you just
yeah.
said, I don't know, that may be a genetic fallacy, which I am fairly deep in philosophy, but that may be a genetic fallacy. So within my, like I said, this is something that, it's ontologically a part of who I am. It's not something that's temporal just because, it's the flavor of the day. So it's something that would have to be something that I would be convinced of, you see. So, so I'm, that's one of the, sticking points that I'm at when it comes to the thing of, well, it may be a genetic fallacy.
Well, how could it be a genetic fallacy?
Well, I'm saying the argument that X is correct because this is the way that the ancestors did it, or this is the way it's always been done, or because we're the oldest, then we're correct. It's almost a dismissal of the discussion of whether or not it is in fact correct.
Well, yeah, okay, I can see what you're saying there. So let's look at it like this: Christ delivered the faith to the saints. The apostles safeguarded the faith, being careful about their successors and guarding the faith once for all delivered to the saints throughout history. Right now, you can say, okay, well, but what if there was some other disparate group that existed in the first 100 years of the church and maybe they were right? I would say very simply, they don't exist. There were heretics, there were Gnostics, there were Marcionites, there were all sorts of groups that tried to teach another gospel, and it was abundantly clear what they were teaching. And a real interesting way to find kind of like a rule of thumb in modernity that you can use when you're assessing a lot of these groups is a sort of, they put the philosophy before revealed truth. And you'll see this time and time again in all heretical groups. They put their idea of what the truth fits into what has been revealed to us by Christ himself. So you could say that. You could say that there's these other groups. And yeah, there was Arianism, who believed that Christ wasn't God, that Christ was a created being. And there was, all sorts of different heresies. But those fell off, were fought against by the church fathers, and have only kind of reappeared in modernity because of Protestantism.
Yeah, you got
so the
there.
idea there,
like Jehovah's Witnesses or Arians.
Yeah, so the idea is that the only alternative is that the gates of hell prevailed against the church. That's the only alternative.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm with you on that, and I don't want you to think for a minute that I'm trying to say that that I'm Catholic bashing, because I don't even really. It's difficult. Language fails us when it comes to try to describe what someone in my position is, because what I tell people is I'm not protesting anything. You see what I'm saying? So I don't even think of myself as a Protestant.
No, that's why.
But I don't think of myself as a white guy either. I'm a Scotch-Irish, because white guy kind of says that there's that all white people are the same. We're not. So,
well, that's just that's the situation we find ourselves in.
Yeah, I'll refer to myself as a white guy because language fails me, and continually saying Scotch-Irish gets clunky and confusing and whatever. So, I'll refer to myself as a Protestant, but I don't actually think of myself as a Protestant, but I'm not a Catholic either.
Well, I think this is part of the reason I enjoy talking to you, Dane, is because I don't sense that you're this blind adherent to somebody's institution. They say an institution is the elongated shadow of a single individual. And I think in all cases but the church, that's the case. So I don't see you as a blind devotee to this. I see you as someone who reads the Bible, who's sincere about their faith, and who's searching for truth. And I don't think it's a coincidence that we keep crossing paths.
This is what I want to know. This is a question I want to ask you. So you just said something about, an institution is the elongated shadow of one individual.
Yeah.
Here's what I want to know. How does someone say something like that? And you know where I'm going?
Christ casts no shadow.
Oh, no. What I'm saying is the first time I saw you, you were like this. You were like this, man. And I'm on Speakeasy stream, and there had been some guy who was very drunk who came on the stream earlier. This dude, Speakeasy knew him, but the guy was just, I don't have a problem having a drink. Here's my scotch, right? Here's my scotch, right? I don't have a problem with that. This dude was smashed. And Speakeasy kept him up, just wasting time, I think, for too long, but it's his stream, so who am I to say? And finally got rid of him, and then this guy shows up.
Yeah.
This guy. And I'm like, oh my God, here's another one. What the hell? And everything.
You told me to jump on.
No. Who told you to jump on?
You did.
No, I'm talking about Speakeasy. The first time I encountered you, Jim Bob had done a debate with Radical Coder, I think. And I had been in there tangling with Radical Coder and some other people. And then I guess you were in chat because of Jim Bob.
Yeah.
This was before the Cooley stream. This was
it was a while back. It was a while back.
And there you are, and you really looked like Sasquatch after a 5-day bender on LSD.
Yeah, man.
See, I had been preconditioned by the drunk guy, and then here's this dude, and I'm like, oh my goodness, look at this fool. And then when you first started talking, and you were like, dang, you didn't even say like a normal person. You didn't even say like, yeah, I wanted to ask Dane a question. You were like, dang. And in my mind, I'm thinking, shit.
Yeah.
He wants to talk to me.
I came on there to talk to you.
I know. And then once you started talking and you invited me on the show the first time, I thought, well, I mean, I don't want to say no because again, it's impossible to brag about being humble. But in situations like that, I am a fairly humble guy.
Yeah.
And I say that because I'm humble enough to think in my mind, maybe this is a bad interpretation. Maybe I don't really know what I'm looking at. Something like that. I didn't want to be like, man, ain't no way I'm coming on your stream, man. I can see your pancreas, man, up your nose. And so I was like, well, I mean, I'm interested in being interested, but I mean, I don't know who you are. I don't know anything about your stream or anything, And then Jim Bob was like, oh no, he's legitimate, dang, you should go on it. You'll have a lot of fun. Well, I knew who Jim Bob was. So now I'm really confused. And everything. So then you come on Cooley stream on No Fugazi when you finally came on there about the free will. Same thing. I'm looking at your pituitary glands. And other people like Uncle Tyga and Wicked, they're like texting me and they're like, what's up with this dude? And there I am. I'm like a Tony apologist now. And I'm like, no, I promise you, he's not nearly as smashed and stoned out and imbecilic as he looks on that camera.
Yeah, I noticed that you really went in. I was like, dang. I understand. I understand why.
That someone can say, is a elongated shadow of one man and do this.
I don't know, man. Every time I get into a conversation like this, I'm like, wow, I didn't know that was in there. I'm just, I don't know. I like, my main thing is I like making people laugh. That's my main thing. So I like to show up.
You're not trying to creep us out.
No, I just like making people laugh. Usually if I jump on a panel, there's a bunch of people in chat telling me to do so, and they just want to see Tony on screen.
Right.
And so I just go on and, just try and make my homies laugh. That's basically it.
And you're picking at your gray hairs and your beard and you do that on purpose, don't you?
Yeah.
It's like a character you create, right?
It's not character I create. It's more just like I don't know, man. I never was into like the debate sphere. I was never into panels, anything like that. The first time I showed up on a panel, Jim Bob asked me to, and I showed up with tissues in my nose and a one of those old school headache things like where that you put the ice in, them little bags.
Mm-hmm.
I had one of them on my head. It was just like I find conversations like this to be useful. I don't find debate to be useful personally. Even though, I'm surrounded by great debaters, it's not really my thing. So usually I come in and just try and, bring some levity, make people laugh, I'm just trying to make people laugh. That's all I'm doing.
Something I've never found useful was running for no reason. Like joggers. They say like, oh yeah, it feels so good. And after you've jogged for a little while, you get in the zone.
Yeah.
And it's just the endorphins, and I could just run forever. I don't find that useful. If you see me running, you need to keep up with me.
Yeah. I think
something's chasing me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If I'm running, something's chasing me. But when I'm engaging in someone, like when I was on Vulcan's soapbox, they're not blood sport debates. They're a lot more controlled, structured, formatted. There's not a whole bunch of yelling, screaming, cussing each other out like the Andrew Wilson. You know how Jim Bob will just sit on his debate sometime and just like hurl insults just for fun.
Yeah.
I enjoy that too because I'm a redneck. But on Vulcan Soapbox, it was a lot more structured, academic, scholarly. I enjoyed the heck out of that. But I also enjoy the heck out of the blood sport. I prefer blood sport if I'm dealing with someone who's not real smart.
Yeah.
Because at least I can have fun. Like Jim Bob was saying on Ortho Thugs, he didn't think I cussed. He must not have watched very many of my panels. You know what I'm saying? Because I will say a wordy nerd sometimes. But that's kind of what I think about when I get into a debate like that. It must be like those, I don't know, brain dead people that run for no reason.
Yeah,
and they claim that they get into kind of a zone and the endorphins and stuff. So I enjoy it. I've always enjoyed this. Was probably why I got beat up so much in high school. Because I lack the ability to shut my mouth. But no, I think I get it with the cracked out Sasquatch thing that you do when you go on stream. Because I am a redneck. I'm a proud redneck. Like I tell people, I spell it Neque because I'm a redneck with some culture and some refinement.
Nice.
But no doubt, there is a certain amount of me leaning into it a little bit, but it's like you for like entertainment purposes,
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I mean, I definitely see the usefulness in debate. Debate helped me, there was a point in my life where debate was very important to me. But that time has passed. And so it's not that I crap on it or anything. But especially in panels, man, panels to me are so insane. It's just a bunch of people yelling at each other, and it's a good place to make jokes, but also a one-on-one situation, debate, that sort of thing actually kind of makes me like really it gets my I get an adrenaline rush from it. And it makes me like, it's hard for me to do and keep my composure. So I much prefer a conversation. Shut up. Sorry, the Discord, the producers just played an awe sound. You can't hear it because I didn't want your voice to reflect back on you. But yeah, it's
the kind of stuff I'm trying to figure out, how you work in Discord into your stream and everything.
I'm just doing. I got an audio card that I can run my PC audio out and back in while also doing other things.
You lost me when you said PC because you might be orthodox, but you use PC. I'm an Apple Mac man, so in the computer world, I'm the orthodox, and you're the heretic with your Windows.
Maybe so, but
Microsoft is anathema to me.
And Apple isn't. What's Apple, a great company?
No. I'm just talking about people that I can look down upon and tell them that they're going to computer hell, I guess.
Well, I mean, Apple is very user friendly. I'll give you that. I'll say it nicely. It's very user friendly.
That's a nice way of calling me stupid. No, I think that, again, have you ever seen that movie, Spaceballs?
Yeah, when I was a kid.
Yeah. You use that word. I don't think it means what you think it means. You say user friendly. Windows, you've got to click through 14 different menus to get what you want.
Yeah, that's true.
And I've been told for years and years and years when I was a Windows scoundrel thug, I've been told, oh no, Apple is so different. Mac is so different. When I finally went over to Mac and I wanted to, because I was learning Mac, because it is a little different. And I was thinking to myself, well, what would be the most sensible place for that function that I need to be? And that's where it would be.
Yeah, that's true.
With Windows, no, you got to click, look, this drop down menu, this file, this window.
No, I give you that. Mac is very easy to use. The problem with it is it's limited. So I basically, the way you feel about Macs, the way you feel about PCs, I feel about Androids. I don't want to get in there and spend all this time trying to make it what I need it to be.
So you're an iPhone person?
Yeah. But with PC, I'm so used to making it what I need it to be that when I use a Mac, I feel incredibly limited. Also, the software is limited on a Mac. There's so much that I need to do for music that I just can't do on a Mac. And so I'll probably never switch over. Even though
there's only been one or two times since we went to Mac, there's only been one or two times that I've wanted to use any kind of software that wasn't available in Mac, because I thought the same thing before I went Mac. And you know what they say, Tony, once you go Mac, you don't go back.
I did go Mac.
So I finally went. How did you go back, man?
Wasn't as good.
Maybe it was you, man.
What?
Maybe it was you. Maybe it wasn't the Mac, man.
No, I used the Mac for like a year straight. I used
you
it.
were still on the honeymoon.
I was doing video editing. I was doing music, and there was some things I liked about it. But I don't know. PC, I can do anything. I can do anything on a PC. You know what? If you really want to talk about it, we should be using probably Linux or something like that. I've used that too.
Linux.
Yeah, I used to use that too. That's
back
good.
In the late 90s, early 2000s. It's just that Linux, you think Mac people are snotty, little arrogant people. You get you somebody who knows Linux. If they really, really know Linux, and then you ask them a question about it, you know what they're going to tell you?
What?
Read the tutorials.
Yeah, that's true. But no, there's great forums in Linux where they help you out. And I got really good with Ubuntu. Like I used Ubuntu for years and I really liked it, but it had the same issue as Mac, where a lot of the stuff that I wanted to use, a lot of the third-party stuff that I wanted to use, I couldn't get for it.
Yeah. And those Linux people will say, well, anything you can get on Windows or Mac, you can get on Linux, but it will be like old school tech. Now, I haven't dealt with Linux in, gosh, man. How old are you, Tony?
42.
Oh, I probably hadn't dealt with Linux since you were probably in your mid-20s or so.
Yeah.
The last Linux distribution I was using was the old Knoppix distribution when I was on Windows. You could boot it from your DVD drive, and I would use it to circumvent Windows security features. When Windows started putting in these security features to where you couldn't get your files unless you use Windows. So if your computer crashed, you were just, screwed.
Yeah.
You could boot in a Knoppix, and then you could map over to your drive and get your files.
Yeah, I used to run my entire OS off a USB stick because my computer had no hard drive. So my operating system was Ubuntu on a USB stick. But Dane, I gotta get back to the music, man. I could talk all night to you, brother, but we got to get back to the music.
So look, you said you had Discord. I need to know where your Discord's at, man. So
I'll send you a link. Normally it's a members situation only. I give out the Discord link for it's for on member streams, which I do on Wednesdays, but I'll make an exception for you, Dane. I'll send it to you on Twitter.
What's the membership cost?
It's $2.99 if you want to be an op, $4.99 if you want to be Tony's real life friend.
And what do those two different tiers entail?
Well, if you're an op, then I don't trust you because you could have got gifted the membership. But if you upgrade to a $4.99 membership, then I know you got some blood in the game, and then I know you're the real deal.
So like $4.99 a month.
Yeah, that's right.
Man, I probably spend. Yeah, that'll be fine.
All right.
So where do I go?
I'll send it to you anyway.
Membership. Is this like a YouTube membership? Or
yeah. There should be a button underneath my underneath this video somewhere. Also in chat, I think there might be one.
You know that the funny mustache man in Germany back in the 40s?
Yeah.
You know, I forget what childhood disease it was that he had. I don't know if you're familiar with this story.
No.
But I forget it. It was some childhood disease that could have killed him. But there was this Jewish doctor who basically treated him and kept him alive. And he referred to him as the one noble, that person. You know?
Yeah.
And so during the whole war, he had that doctor that was basically given like a big, nice house on top of a mountain. And basically it was said that you don't mess with this one noble such and such. Right?
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? This is a true story. So when I join the membership and get in the Discord, you have to refer to me as the one good Protestant.
We have many good, quote unquote, good. What's good? Who is good but God?
I'm messing with you. You have a good evening. I do have plenty more to say. I have plenty more to say, and it's very interesting. And what's not interesting is still very interesting and entertaining. But I'll let you go, man. I know you got your music to play. I don't know what kind of music you call it. But
neither do I.
Being here, man. I think I've been on for about an hour and a half. It's 1 a.m. where I'm at. I'm too old. It's past my bedtime.
Well, let's do it again, man. I always love talking to you.
No, we're not going to do it again. This is the last time.
All right, let's never do it again, brother.
I'm cutting you off.
Okay. Fair's fair.
No, I'm not.
No,
I'm not cutting you off. I don't have enough friends to cut anybody off.
All right. That's how I like it. You know, that's how get most of my friendships. Desperation.
Be peaceful,
all right.
Be safe, man. We'll holler at you later.
All right. Take it easy.
All right, brother.
Guys, subscribe to Dane. Daniacs represent. I'm going to take a quick break. And if you're not a member, become a member for sure. And get your requests in. And I'll be right back.
You tired of listening to music's like the equivalent of eating a mayonnaise sandwich? Why don't you get yourself a big New York sausage hot dog?
Why don't you get yourself a New York hot dog? Why don't you get yourself a hot dog sandwich? Why don't you come on over here?
BostonStreetRecords.bandcamp.com BostonStreetRecords.bandcamp.com
You tired of making bad decisions all your life? Why don't you make one good decision once in your life and buy my freaking music? Why don't you go ahead and go buy my music? Why don't you buy my music? Huh? Why don't you go ahead and go buy my music right now, huh? Buy my stupid music, alright, jerk? What are you, polyamorous? Buy my music. Come buy my music. Hey, come on, click the link, go to sync.
Crap. Shoot. My mic didn't turn on. I'm not doing that again. What was I saying? Crap. Crap on a crepe. That was a crap crepe. What I was saying was something like, I don't know, welcome back. Thank you to everyone who's requested song. I don't know what I said. And I said, I noticed Murder the Media's in the chat. Guys, subscribe to Murder the Media. And he said he had good news. And I said that you could maybe jump on later after we play some songs. And I'd like to hear the good news. And he said he's celebrating. And I said, guess what, Nick? I'll celebrate with you, buddy. Show's over. The next song is Quetzalcoatl or whatever. I forget exactly what it's called, but here it is. Pleasure to be here. Tony needs a haircut. You might be right. You know what? Normally I wouldn't listen to the naysayers, but the Dane Snyders, that's a different situation. All right, so let me see what you guys requested while we were talking. Similar and nothing. You guys are doing a bunch of super chats, but not a lot of requests. So, but I do see nothing requested by Murder the Media, and we will be playing that. In the meantime, guys, shout out the Producers Lounge. Love the producers. Thank you so much for producing. Appreciate you. They boo themselves every time I ask them to give themselves a round of applause. Tony, I'm not a naysayer. No, you're a Dane Snyder. It's a whole different situation. I might even cut my hair. Tony, just shave your head. You know, I was thinking about it, but I really want to go for that look that the guy from Gorillaz has. I know he's a cartoon and not a real person. But the bassist from Gorillaz, I think I could pull off that haircut. Oh.
When I met you, I thought I know what to say to this one, my lord. But there was much I forgot to say to you. Who did I think I was to try to point you to the truth? But now I know I forgot to say to you.
I got you. My bad.
When I left you, you thought always captured by an institution. I'm not. So many thoughts I forgot to say to you. But my anger did grow with every heresy that you spew. So here is what I forgot to say to you.
All right. Dane pointed out that Uncle Tiger Sneezes wanted me to read his chat. Uncle Tiger Sneezes says, Dane has an iPhone, a Mac, and golden toilet paper. Thank you, Uncle Tiger Sneezes. Zoran Durikian, gee whiz, dude, use letters. His says, your 67th song ever made. That was a wasted request because there's no way I could determine that. I've been making music since I was 15. I have been thinking about changing the lyrics to that song. I think it wouldn't take much. I wouldn't have to change everything. It could almost be, instead of a song, instead of like a song about Julian, it could be a song about people outside of the church. I'm going to think about it. The next song is Law and Order. What is that? Oh, that's the song I made on stream. This isn't even that great yet, but okay. Not 67th, 6/7. Well, that doesn't make sense to my mind. Tertullian. Wait, I'm not smart. Was he cool or nah? Was he cool or nah? I forget. Uncle Tiger Sneezes has an Android and a Windows. That's inbreeding. His tech family tree is a pole. He looks like Rocky the Squirrel on camera. Oof. Oof. Shots fired between Dane and a man I've never met. All right, where's this song? Where's the Law and Order song? That ain't it. Maybe it's called Law and Order? Oh, I have it in substantial. Oh, I forgot. I put it in substantial. Okay, then your oldest song within your last 67 song. What do you think I'm doing? Do you think there's some sort of organization to what's happening over here? Is that the impression I give? Do I give the impression of someone who is on top of things and could possibly tell you? All right. Your oldest song within your last... I don't think this is going to work, but here I go. If I can find it. Otherwise, just pick a song, dude. Date created? The way this is set up, this isn't going to work because it's folders, not files. You know what? I'm going to take that as a dealer's choice situation. All right, dealer's choice. And I'll attempt to do that that mathematical darkness that you've subjected me to when the time comes. Dealer's choice, 6/7. That's my reminder. For now, I'm going to play Law and Order. Avert your ears. Requesting this is crazy. Requesting Law and Order is crazy. This is the most half-baked thing I've got. But there you go. There was that. I Okay, Dad, don't please don't do that. Who we got in there? Let me take a quick check. It's Big Boss. Big Boss, good to see you, man. Glad to have you, buddy. It's like R2-D2. He speaks in memes. I'm so straight, I'm gay, dude. I'm so straight, I'm a big old fag. It's fine. I like my friends. The next song is Tried Up. It's gonna be good, but right now, by half baked, I mean like it's not done. It's not even close to being done. I haven't even given it. The only theme is, look, it's the gavel. It needs more. No, I don't use Stream Deck. Jimmy does. He could tell you about that. I was actually thinking of having him teach me.
To find out the one way to learn. But when time's up, will you live or burn? 'Cause all we are flirting with Satan. You all want the same things, no matter the cost. Sometimes it's hard to live for God, but He will forgive mistakes if you stay true. Then you'll improve. Just stop listening to snakes. Jesus is the truth. The evening news. They play us off for fool, blind leading you. That's you. The blind leading you. Where can the blind lead you? Do they know the way? No? Okay. So stop following them. Jesus is the way and the life. Cast all your doubts aside.
You don't need to listen to their lies. Look at them, they are compromised. Why do I gotta say it twice? Seek and you shall find. Child, keep praying, no matter what Satan does. Keep praying, no matter the season. There'll be dark times, but one day you'll be sunshine again. I know, 'cause the Bible tells me so.
Heck yeah, yo. Heck dang yeah, yo, dude. I'm gonna play the full version of this one. Is this the full version? No, the full version is on here.
Yes, sir.
Just a little dance, just a small dance.
There's always something to take me from your arms. Someone else selling love and shelter from the storm. I forgot what fools we were. We're destined for death. Ooh, I for one can't tell no more the difference, the difference.
No, it's whiskey.
So hold me close, never let go. I don't want someone else. I don't want someone else. The tentacles suck me down. But we are something. We are something.
Shout out Turbo Diesel. Dang, shout out for him. You can take that to the bank, buddy. All right. Next song is Otaku. Welcome back to Show's Over, guys. The only show that's over. Welcome and thank you. Thank you and you're welcome for being here. This song's called Otaku. Here you go. All right, I gotta put the... Dang! Welcome to the top ramen stage, Snyder. Sharing Dane. Guys, subscribe to Dane Snyder. He was constipated. Well, I gotta say something all the time when I forever gotta say something. I'm the greatest artist of my generation. Let the music speak, big boss. Let the music speak. See what I'm saying? That's a dang horn. That's music. Actually, I'm of the belief that music is whatever you're listening to when you decide you're listening to music. Get glurmed, everybody. We've done it. I got some lyrics. I finally got some lyrics. Oh, my whispering. Let me record it real quick. It's been so long since you spoke to me. All right, it's a start. It's a start. Ooh, Ichabod. Ah, love this song. Been meaning to make a video for it. I'm gonna get to it. Lord willing. Ichabod? How do you spell the song? Ichabod? Oh, did I not convert it? I thought I did. ICH. All right, I guess I gotta open the file. You'll have to ask Sweater. If Sweater's not available, perhaps ask Shoreline Skirt. I do not know what Glerm is.
I'm the headless horseman chasing Ichabod, and I am Ichabod Crane. No, don't worry about it.
Be safe out there, guys.
I'm getting that I'm heading for if I don't change my way. No, don't worry about it. Every time I open up my snaggle-toothed mouth, I say something profane. No, don't worry about it. Even if I want to say a good thing, that is not what I'll say.
Nice.
No, don't worry about it.
No, that's Slurm. Isn't it? Yeah, I would love that, bro. Let me know. Hit me up.
Locked inside a dinosaur's rib cage, I'm the dinosaur I ate. No, don't worry about it. Trying to succeed and trying to destroy myself at the same pace. No, don't worry about it. Every word I say is a word that I wish I didn't say.
I just sent you a Discord link, Dane Snyder. Hit me up on there.
Maybe I'm profound, maybe I'm a clown on stage, maybe I'm vain. No, don't worry about it. I forgot what the fight was about. I forgot why I shut my mouth. Forgot what I'm fighting for. I began to believe in the world, doing better than I ever did. But something's still wrong with the kid. Something's still wrong with the kid. Nothing ever sits right. Yes, now I'm losing my mind. Now I'm losing my friends. Now I'm losing my cool. Now I'm losing my edge. Now I'm losing my heart. Now I'm back to the start. Now I'm back to the start. Yes, now I'm losing my mind. Now I'm losing my friends. Now I'm losing my cool. Now I'm losing my edge. Now I'm losing my heart. Now I'm back to the start. Now I'm back to the start. Know who you are. You're a man on the run from who you are and wherever you're from. You changed your name, didn't change what you've done. You're still the same. You're pathetic. You're scarred. Know who you are. You're a man on the run from who you are and wherever you're from. You changed your name, didn't change what you've done. You're still the same. You're pathetic. You're scarred.
I really like that song. Next song is Bet on You. Guys, welcome back to Show's Over, the only show that's over. It's kind of like an all-night radio show with special guests, some jokes, some dance moves, some pretty cool visuals. Looks pretty nice to look at, and a bunch of great songs that you might not ever heard before, but that you're going to like them a whole bunch. my Dieter has gotten into a couple of the live chats when I've been on stream. Tonight is first time I could tell she really enjoyed it. Thank y'all. Thank you, man. That was honestly a great conversation. I had a wonderful time. Say hi to your Dieter for me. It's a new word for me. Or name. I've never heard of a Dieter.
1, 2, 3, 4. It's fine and it's good, and it fits the bill. We're gonna do our thing, gonna have our fill. We're gonna fill our tank, gonna hit the gas. Me versus you, gonna go real fast. Then we're gonna go slow, then we'll rip the tab on them brakes. I don't wanna dip, but you're not at my pace. I don't wanna trip, but y'all in my way. I don't wanna flip, but you're at my
It's his wife. It's a nickname for his wife.
Everywhere I go, a museum to me, a show. What I'm seeing is gone before it goes. I am under the sea, and all is above me. Better you, better you, better you. Do better, do better, do better. You'll do better, won't you? Better you, better you. You better, you better, you better. Come through, better come through. Better wounds, better wounds, better wounds. Embedded, embedded, embedded. Platoon betting on you. Bet on you, bet on you, bet on you. You better, you better, you better. Come through, better come through. Don't kill yourself. 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 Putting pressure on me.
Are we not men? No, dude.
100 cubic feet. I can't even breathe. Tunnel crumbling. You don't know what it means to be under the sea. Only the well can speak to me. Better you, better you, better you. Do better, do better, do better. You'll do better, won't you? Bet on you, bet on you, bet on you. You better, you better, you better. Come through, better come through. Better wounds, better wounds, better wounds. Embedded, embedded, embedded. Platoon betting on you. Bet on you,
Yeah,
bet on you, bet
I
on
realized
you.
that after I said that. Are we not men? Ending.
Come through, better come through. Don't kill yourself. 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 Don't kill yourself.
The next song. I look weird in blue. Freaking love you, bro. Shout out Producers Lounge. Producers, go ahead and shout out yourselves. A lot of bits being built over here. Bits constantly being built. It's crazy. It's a crazy situation over here. I feel like I'm just like a conduit for bits. Like it just happens, you know? You come over here, you leave getting glurmed, shuffed, and listening to the producers boo themselves. All right. All right. All right, dude. Wait, it's not my ceiling bird, dude. My ceiling bird is like this. Before we go to Stegosaurus, my ceiling bird is beautiful. No, this is the producers. The producers are trolling me. But here's my ceiling bird, just so you know, just so we're clear. No, that's not. That's not it.
Dude, I didn't press any button.
Okay, fine. Here's my ceiling bird. Folks, the show's over. I said it on the soldier. Y'all on a mission and we about to do some mandula oblongata. Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. Don't talk to me. I'll talk to you. You know what I'm saying? Get out of here, man. I'm a busy guy. You're a sleazy, sly, sort of mustard man. I got custard in my hands, but I'll General Custard you if you make any weird plans. Best rapper alive. Hello, listener. Next song. Crowded band.
In the brickyard, brick thick skull, can't dream of tomorrow. When Nemo sorrow like an avalanche, I'm thrown back out to the ravenous fistfuls. She's closing as she bristle. I'm gross for pretending to be good. How long will I watch my language for? How long will you watch me languish, Lord? Will I ever be truly yours? I sin like it's all I've ever known. Locked into a system of control, drifting on a rhythm, a cycle. Back up, now I'm back down, official. Can't think my way out, can't pray, but won't. I try, but the words won't leave these walls. Why listen to me? I'm not worth love. I'm vicious, not a victim. No, disgusted by all that I've done. What more can I say to you, my Lord? What more can I say to you, my Lord? I've been dreaming of this, though, visited by urchins and jellyfish whisper fantasies and visions. When I wake up, I believe I am deep underwater. I believe there's something I'm missing. I am further down than the fishes. I can see your light through the squid and separate the water from the water. Separate the water from the water. I am subnautic, I'm a stranger. I would rather die than be part of what they're trying to make me be part of. Lord, I pray I die as a martyr. It's the only way I have thought of to escape the judgment of Sodom. Is it really so easy to abandon all? Is it really so simple to escape the fall? I know.
What up, Bloody Clarence?
I've been slipping away again. My Lord, this is what I am. The sky cracked open and oceans of your light shone down. It was torment, all I was exposed as abhorrent. They looked upon me with horror, like they saw a corpse up and walking. Couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, couldn't talk, and now I see how far we have fallen.
That's definitely one of my favorites. Personally, I really like that one. Shout out whoever requested it. And this is definitely one of your favorites. Nationalism is next. Guys, welcome. Dude. Gave me a headache. You just gave me a freaking head snake, dude. Next song's Nationalism. Welcome back to Show's Over.
Shut up!
Don't be absurd. Nationalism's not a bad word. Nationalism. Nationalism. Thank you, Murder Media. Baby, don't be absurd. Nationalism's not a bad word. Nationalism. Nationalism. Well, I'm ready. Cashed in my tokens, I'm ready. No longer broken, I'm ready. Thank God I'm found and I'm ready. Trapped through the ceiling, I'm ready. Gonna bare my soul and I'm ready. Go toe to toe and I'm ready. Like a midnight show and I'm ready. Burn down the building, I'm done placating to the wisdomless. I got a deep dark shadow when my fingers itch. I'm gonna save this country, gonna save these kids. I'm gonna show these niggas what the white man is. I'm gonna save this country from the lying Jew. Gonna deport these Muslims and I'm coming for you. We'll scrap the whole damn thing and we'll try it again. And this time you're not allowed in. Baby, don't be absurd. Nationalism's not a bad word. Nationalism.
So true, Gorilla.
Nationalism. Baby, don't be absurd. Nationalism's not a bad word. Nationalism. Nationalism. The Jews, the Jews, the Jews, the Jews, it's the Jews, the Jews, the Jews. It's the Jews, the Jews, the Jews, it's the Jews. Hey! Gestapo leftists getting way too cozy. These media moguls getting way too nosy. All I ever heard a black man say is you owe me. If it wasn't for us, you'd be a cannibal, homie. It's time we start getting the respect we deserve, instead of giving these people something they didn't earn. These immigrants showing out with a whole lot of nerve. If she was back home, babe, they would have beheaded her. Baby, don't be absurd. Nationalism's not a bad word. Nationalism. Nationalism. Baby, don't be absurd. Nationalism's not a bad word. Nationalism. Nationalism.
Do you like these lyrics, Dane? Blood Logos asking the hard-hitting questions. Dane, do you like these lyrics? Quick litmus test. Hey, Dane, what do you think of these lyrics? Guys, welcome back to Dang Old Show's Over, the freaking only dang old show that's dang over. We're freaking partying, we're having a good time. You made it through the week. Congratulations. Give yourselves a round of applause. You made it through the week. Now it's time to sit back, relax, or stand up and do a big dance. I'm going to be doing the first one because I'm a fat, but we're preparing for the weekend. We're going to get ready to go to church. Take confession, take the Eucharist, and then get back to the battle at hand, which we will fight till the day we die. But for now, we're going to... No, that one made no sense. That one made no sense. That one was bad. You're bad. You're bad. No. Okay. Who's in there? What's going on here?
Nigga.
This is unbelievable. Push-ups, Tone. Sit-ups. Nick. What are we naming exercises that I'm not going to do? All right. The next song is Brainwashed.
Curtain lifts and no one gives a shit. They block the exit. Some mutant tranny gets on stage, head to toe and hand grenades, and now we're listening.
Thank you, Deej.
A couple murmuring, look back. The rest have learned better than that. As if it makes a difference. All of us squirming in our seats as the corpse bride starts to speak. Elite schism. We must watch our own Holocaust. We must watch. We must cheer as the flames grow near. We must cheer. But I don't wanna be brainwashed. Theater's high, the rats chew through the rye. They're feeling adventurous. That scourge keeps billowing its spells. We know we're going to hell, so why all the pageantry? I post my woes but then delete. Finally shoot up from my seat and I start running. The gods and demigods don't move. Instead the audience pursues and beats my head in, saying we must watch our own Holocaust. We must watch. We must cheer as the flames grow near. We must cheer. But I don't wanna be brainwashed. I don't wanna be mind controlled.
Thank you, Blake Clarence. God bless you, Sweater. Have a good evening.
It's too late. It's too late. It's too late. I tell them Jesus is the Lord, and they say, too late, too late. I tell them we don't need this war, and they say it's too late, it's too late.
All right, Big Boss is going to troll me, but before I let him, Thoth Talk said one of the strangest sentences I've ever seen. You can keep your feet. Some thick armpits got hot suddenly. I have never seen such poetry. All right. Let's see what Big Boss is doing over here. What'd you do? Where is it? You sent it to me? Okay, here we go. Super. Yeah. Appreciate it, bud. Thanks. Thanks for that, dude. The next song is Sewer Shark. Oh, he left. He left the producer's lounge. He left. What am I gonna do? Big Boss, come back. You control me. I don't mind. Don't leave me all alone up here, bud. Why'd he leave? Sewer Shark. No, I was gonna ask Nick to come on earlier, and now I'm a little bit like not drunk, but just like in that weird, because I don't really get drunk. I just get like, ugh, now I'm stupid. So I don't know if it would be a good moment. So what I want to do is I want to eat first, and hopefully if Nick's still here after I eat, he can jump on. I wasn't trying to do that. Big Boss Rage Quit. Big Boss Rage Quit. Oh gosh, he's come back. And now that we also have Sibik. And Dayton Snyder.
We called all homies.
Everybody in. Everybody in here.
Wait, I'm not hearing you. Hold on. Hold on.
Dane?
Whoa.
Dane?
What's going on?
What? That sounded like me. What's up, Crisis King Philosophy? All right. This is, we're not doing the producer's lounge just for producing. If you want to talk, you jump in the orb. You could, you know, like Big Boss does like a little quip here and there, and I like that. But it's an art form. It's an art form. Let Tony on. Okay. All right. So the next song is Sewer Shark. I'm gonna eat curry. Apropos, really. All right.
Games.
Thank you, Thoth. All right. That was freaking delicious. Maria, that's exactly what I like curry to taste like. You freaking nailed it. I got a situation on my hands. I got two people trying to jump in the orbit at the same time. Like it's a Japanese sex hotel. Oh, Nick left. So we'll do Yvonne first. And I apologize for burping. 1 second, bud. Welcome to, hold on. I don't think it'll show up. Just here, hand it to me. Thank you, honey. And here we go. Welcome to the orb, Yvonne, Crisis King Philosophy. How you doing, bro?
I'm doing good. I mean, spiritually, I'm battling demons. Also, I'm battling my own church hierarchy, which is filled with modernists.
Oof.
I've started a formal complaint. So now I went through a metropolitan. No, well, I went through an archimandrite and a bishop, and now I have to speak to a metropolitan about an issue that happened. I'm not gonna get into the details here because I don't think it's proper to do those kinds of things. But needless to say, I'm at war right now. Like this is war room stuff.
Wow.
And it's kind of intense. And hopefully through the prayers of people like the people here in your audience and through the intercession of the saints and with the help of God, right teaching will prevail, and the sequence of scandals that has let's say befallen my community will cease once the new metropolitan sees what's happened and tries to correct stuff, and I think he will. Some background information. Basically, my previous bishop was removed. He was caught in a scandal. He was gambling with church funds. I mean, he was playing poker, and I think he was winning money. So his defenders are saying that he was reinvesting the money.
That's
back
crazy.
into the church.
Madness.
That's crazy. Yeah. That's
like that makes it not a sin.
Yeah, I think it's kind of funny, and I actually do believe them. Like I actually believe that like Metropolitan Nestor, he was actually winning. Like he was killing it at poker.
I believe that, but it's just madness. It's madness. It's not really a defense.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm going against a bunch of like a really well organized modernist, let's say, cell that's taken over, let's say, part of the Russian church abroad in Spain and in Portugal, and hopefully things will improve. But I just wanted to jump in and say, hey man, how are you, Tony, to ask for your prayers and to also tell you that I wish I could listen, like I could hear music while we spoke, not only in our ninja stuff, in our video ninja, but also while the people are listening to us converse. I know that your music is proprietary and that you want people to like super chat for it, but it would be nice to hear some background music.
No, I've done that before. That's I mean to always at least have just some background music. I just kind of haven't been doing it lately, but I could play a little some stuff in the background just to, kind of put a just something in the background. Hold on, let me see. Just some like instrumental stuff.
Yeah. So if I may, while you look for music, I was watching your Orthothugs We're Serious video, and I mean, it was serious at the beginning. I was actually a little bit anxious when I was hearing you speak about the whole thing about the freedom to feel like yourself, while you're doing a show, and the constraints, and like feeling inauthentic sometimes. And I was thinking to myself, like, that's how women must feel whenever they meet a man who has standards, like, in the sense of like, is this person going to yoke me beyond the degree where I'm comfortable, just simply to be up to their, let's say, standard. And the reason I was thinking about that was because I'm in a situation where I'm very next to dating a woman, and she's a little bit scared of me. She seems a little bit afraid, and from her perspective, it's completely understandable. Like, people think that I'm this like super serious Orthodox guy because like I show up to church, because the standards are so low that it's like simply showing up to church means that you must be like a holy man or something. And,
yeah. Well.
Yeah. And go ahead.
There's no, you go on. Let me continue what you were saying.
That I feel like I'm trying to navigate these waters like in a charitable way, but at the same time, it's like, okay, I completely get it. I get why people get flustered, why they feel the yoke, because I feel it in myself. It's like my biggest fear when becoming a Christian was like, will I become like this joyless Ned Flanders who's like constantly policing his own mind and having absolutely no fun and just having to perform virtue for others? Or would I be able to integrate some of the things that I really loved about life, about, I don't know, even comedy and stuff? And if you listen to some, I don't know, saints and some monastics, a lot of it has got to go. And it's really tough to do like the balancing act of like, okay, this eventually has to go, but does it have to go just now? Like, do I really need to stop laughing? Or maybe can I
You have to be careful about what you read. You have to be careful when it comes to reading saints. You have to be very careful. A lot of that stuff is for a monastic setting, and also you're responsible for what you read. So definitely, be careful with. I hope that you're reading the saints under the guidance of a priest and not just going willy-nilly, because you'll end up getting yourself caught up in a lot of stuff that isn't actually meant for you.
No, I completely agree. In fact, I'd say that the rules are different for laymen and priests, and people, when we speak in shorthand, it's like we're always trying to emphasize like, oh yeah, of course, we all have to be saints, right? It's not just for the priests, but the priests are held to a higher standard, and
they are
like, and I do think that monastics definitely need to let's say stop pursuing humor for humor's sake. But in our case, it's like we need to deal with people at the level they're at. It's like, I'm not gonna be this joyless monk when I want to date a woman that I want to marry. It's like, I'm simply
but this is what I'm saying. The comparison is it's not doing you any favors. Also, the monks are full of joy, and the idea of kind of holding yourself to a monk's standard while trying to live a lay person's life. Look, first off, especially in the modern world, there's going to be a lot of grace, or all of us are going to perish. And that's true for all people in all times, but I do feel it's especially true for us now, because I don't think a lot of people have ever lived in a world quite like what we live in. And so I personally believe, and many saints have said, that God is going to meet us where we're at, and that we are not necessarily, I don't know. I don't want to say too much about this, because I'm not going to speak for God, but I would say very careful with reading the monks, the writings of the monks, because they're living an entirely different life than us. And if you're seeking to get married and stuff like that, your seriousness is not like You don't have to be joyless. Also, that's not what orthodoxy is. That's not what the monks are. The monks aren't without joy. They're full of joy. You know what I mean? It's just the joy of, it's a joy that you and I rarely have access to.
No, I completely agree. The thing is, we that live in the world, we have to make a difference between like that long-lasting joy of being, let's say, content with life, with God, with things, even if they're broken, and the kind of joy we get, which is fleeting, with humor, right? Because humor can sometimes be, let's say, a little bit of spice, but then after the spice, you're left with like a huge gap in your soul, which is filled with despair. It's like, oh yeah, that was funny, but the price I paid for that, like, single second of laughter, like, I'm still paying the price for it, like, days after. So was it worth it? You know,
I guess it
And
depends
there's also-
on the humor, doesn't it? Doesn't it depend? Like, I definitely felt like that on the show today. I felt like, oh gosh, I need to stop, but I don't know. I was like, I had to press through it. I wasn't going to admit defeat, so I was like, just keep going until it's funny.
You're talking about the racist jokes, because I loved that part. I think
Yeah, it was funny.
like-
It was funny, but at
That was
first,
funny.
the first joke I made, in my heart, I felt a shift, and I was like, Tony, that wasn't so great. But you know, humor isn't like I don't think humor is an evil thing, man. I think humor is a very is a gift, actually. You know, didn't God laugh? Didn't God laugh?
Did he though? Because there's this polemic, like they say Christ never laughs.
No,
And I mean, I'm not.
Lazarus never laughed.
But I mean, in the scriptures, like, Christ smiles, he is warm, he's joyful, but he never laughs. And I think it has to do with the idea that, like, laughter is a loss of control. And in a sense, I completely agree with it. I also think that God does not hold us to that standard. It's the problem that I see with laughter is that sometimes we get like a little bit addicted to the laughter itself. It's like we want to laugh and laugh and laugh and laugh. And I always get like that. I used to date a girl, and we would make each other laugh like crazy. Like, it was really insane how much fun we'd have. So, like, we were, I don't know, 2 hours laughing, and our faces would start to get a little bit sore and stiff because of how much we'd laugh. And the things we were laughing about, they were always, let's say, I don't know, racist or like those kinds of things.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that the topics themselves were evil, but our insistence on going there just to have fun, I think for me was kind of like, maybe I shouldn't be having so much fun with this. You know, maybe I should. This is distracting me from stuff that I should be doing, right? But
Ivan, you living alone in Spain?
what do you mean?
You moved there from Argentina, correct?
Yes.
And are you living there by yourself with no family?
Yeah, technically, yeah.
I feel like you're in your head a lot. I feel like you're in your head a lot. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong.
No.
And honestly, I kind of agree with a lot of what you're saying right now. But it's like you're I've noticed this a lot with you. It seems like you spend a lot of time thinking about this stuff and kind of, and I'm certain that not only are you more intelligent than me, but you're probably a better theologian and stuff than me as well. But it feels like you are in a constant state of questioning every single thing you do.
Well, the thing is, what led me to orthodoxy was a very simple question, which was, why are we allowed to do or say anything at all? Like, let's put it this way, whenever a politician sells us a program, like he's telling us like this path will be better, right? Like the implicit authority he's doing all of that show for is, I'm speaking the truth, I'm selling something that is actually reflective of God's mind, right? So whenever we do something, we're performatively in a way saying this is the way it should be done, right? And I'm sick of being such a mediocre Christian. Like, I'm sick of it. And I'm not saying like, oh, I have to hold myself to a higher standard than God himself would. Like, but I feel like there's a sort of presumption in the way we approach certain things. It's like, okay, there's this healthy presumption in the sense that we approach the chalice without even like thinking that we are worthy, because we cannot ever be worthy, right? So there's a presumption there that God will meet us where we are at.
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
But the same thing can happen with, I don't know, a prostitute who doesn't want to repent, right? And my problem with the modernists is that like they think that just because they were ordained priests or whatever, that they just can simply dole out the holy bread, that they can just simply allow people to enter the church, that they can allow them to commune even if they haven't repented, right? That they can simply extend God's grace just by paying like lip service to the law, by saying, oh yeah, the law is that, but we're not there, so like we don't even have to respect the law, and the canons are there at the bishop's behest. And there's a very structural problem, a very profound structural problem there, which is like, yes, of course, the canons aren't applied, let's say, rigidly. The bishops must apply the canons. But what people like Father Peter Heers are saying, which is very sound, is, look, we have deviated from the rigorous application from the canons because we are following the spirit of the world, right? And even if the bishops do have the authority to apply the canons the way they see fit in terms of, let's say, legitimacy, they cannot override God's commands. It's like, just because they're bishops, it doesn't mean that they could get to overturn every single like orthodox, let's say, canon law, every single orthodox teaching. And what we're seeing right now is a problem in terms of like the conciliarity, because of course the rest of the church should hold them accountable. But look at what happened with COVID. Like, what I'm trying to get at is that I'm trying to follow the straight and narrow path for a person who is in my existential situation, right? Without like falling into either extreme, but without falling into cop out kind of trust in like, oh no, I'm just a simple layman. I have no brain. I have no soul. Basically, I just do what I'm told, and that's how I'm gonna get saved, because I have no say in how I lead my life. And I think there's something both dangerous and very like life-giving in terms of certain, let's say, more Western ways of thinking that I think have to be addressed and corrected, but at the same time, like, have an inkling of the truth, which is, you will not get to tell Christ, oh, I was just simply obeying orders. It's like you are still responsible for your own soul, even if you were being obedient. Like the people who got the jabs, right? They were being obedient. And what I hear right now is that half of our church is still on the, oh, you have to be obedient. Like, yes, we did the jabs, we closed down the church, but you have to be obedient to us because like we're ordained priests. And I'm like, bro, you don't have that authority. You've lost that authority the moment that you capitulated to the world, and now you have to rebuild that trust that you've broken, and that you pretend that simply because of your office it is owed to you. No. If you close down your parish because of COVID, now you have to repent, and we have to see you repent. And if you don't acknowledge that you made a mistake, and if you don't change your tune, if you don't look like you're repenting, guess what? We're not going to follow you. And it's as simple as that. And when it comes to, let's say, having fun and this and that, I'm just simply trying not to be like the biggest hypocrite in the world, even though I already am the biggest hypocrite in the world. And I'm just simply trying to be, let's say, intellectually honest and rigorous with myself, not to, let's say, amputate what's good and life-giving within my soul, but rather to be able to discern discreetly, these are the things that need to go out. Because, for example, something that I didn't even know, I was already baptized and I didn't know, was that, for example, the spirit of competition is fallen. Doesn't mean that we don't have to compete. In fact, we're forced to compete in this fallen world. But certain things, like the attempt at wanting to be better than someone else, the attempt at trying to defeat them, even gloating after a victory, those things are very dangerous. And I'm not saying that they shouldn't even happen. What I'm saying, because I'm not holding the world hostage or under judgment. Like if, for example, you get a politician that you like winning and he defeats your enemies, and some of the people in your camp start gloating about it, it's like, well, duh, it will happen. But I have to, at least in my heart, know that that's not the ideal, and that one should be collected in a way that you don't have to ever fall in that sense. You don't ever have to lose control in yourself. And I'm not saying that I'm holding myself to that high standard. I'm simply saying I need that standard to be there for me to feel like I'm walking towards something. Because if not, then it's just like being like it's being pleased with myself. And that to me would be like a grave sin. It's like, I don't want to be pleased with myself. If you're saying, oh, Ivan, you're so neurotic, you don't speak to people, you're basically a hermit trying to live a monastic life, go touch grass. I'm gonna say, it's like, I'm touching grass. I'm really trying to touch grass. I'm touching all of the grass, but the problem is I'm still me, and I have all of these problems, and I want to be holy at some point. And sometimes I feel that even the Orthodox Church, and I'm not talking about the mystical church, I'm talking about the fallen human aspect of the church, that sometimes when you're surrounded by such capitulation to the world, it's very difficult. So you have to kind of pull away a little bit and go into your own like inner self and like look what's happening in your own heart and say, okay, this is not the way. I have to return to Christ, right? It's like, if I do whatever like the rest is doing, I am gonna be lost. It's not about them. It's simply, if I don't do this, I'm gonna be lost. And that's how I'm feeling right now.
Have you talked to your priest about this?
Sadly, my spiritual father and I have drifted apart a little bit. He's very busy right now, and his parish has a lot of problems. Like he has like serious, like one of his monks is like almost dying right now, and like there's a lot of things going on. So unfortunately, I haven't been able to speak with him about this.
Well, do you have any other?
I mean, yes, I'm in regular contact.
Sorry, say it
like
again.
I'm asking for prayers. I'm in regular contact. Like he's praying for me. He hears what I tell him. Like he listens to what I say, but he just prays for me. It's like he's not giving me any advice. And I do have another priest. I actually correspond a lot with Father Turbo Qualls, and like he's given me a lot of like very sound advice and recommendations, and like I can see myself in a way growing towards the recommendations that he gives me. But at the same time, they're in this vein. They're in like, for example, I've read this book by I think it was Metropolitan Averki, like The Struggle for Virtue. And this book is basically, it's really short and really good. And it's basically about like how to not lose yourself in the fight against heresy. And what I noticed is that like he gave it to me on purpose, knowing my situation, right? And what I'm dealing with right now is that I have all of the I have all of the sins. I have all of the sins. It's not that I'm battling like one thing. I'm not ever going to be righteous enough to ever correct anyone. Like I know that, and but still these things need to be said, and that's how I'm approaching it. I'm approaching it in the sense of like, yes, I'm an idolater. I know that I'm an idolater because whenever I feel like I need something, I'm putting that thing over my relationship to God. It's like if I say, well, I need a better job, or I need to be married, or I need this and that. It's like I'm constantly falling into idolatry when I in an existential sense, like.
Do you think that you can beat any of this?
No, by myself, I can't. I need Christ, but my heart knows that I'm not asking Christ as much as I should. Like in the sense of, it's not that I need to leave everything and become a monk, but I really don't feel that. I don't want that, but I do feel that I'm an ungrateful person who should be like giving God praise constantly, and I've arrived at a point where I'm like I'm beyond anything that I can like possibly do. It's like even my worldly cares, like I need to care a little bit more about them. So I'm like stuck between a rock and a hard place, and I think God wants me to be there, to be honest. It's like he wants me to struggle and fail. I think but I'm struggling, and I'm struggling in the sense of like I keep getting fired from jobs. I keep getting fired, and the reason I keep getting fired is because I'm not obedient enough. And it's not that I openly disobey like the people who give me a job. Is that like we negotiate a salary per hour, and then they try to get over me because the market is in their favor, and I'm like, no, I'm not gonna do more work for no pay. And then they fire me, basically. And this has happened at least 3 times, and I'm at a point where I'm like, God, what do you want of me? Like I'm genuinely trying, but it's like, do you want me to simply accept like being run over, and we call that humility, like just simply accept to be run over other people, and like
what would be wrong with that?
Because I need to feed myself. Like I'm not in a financial situation where I can afford to be overworked when like for peanuts, when I actually have like a reason why I'm doing things. It's like I'm working right now as an English teacher, okay? So I try to get jobs that are like half, like not full-time, between half-time and full-time, right? And they always end up asking me to go full-time without the pay, right? And I need that time to develop my craft, because I'm a writer. I do this thing because it allows me time to write. Like if I wanted to have a full-time job and a full-time career, I would have gone in that direction, right? And everything right now in my life is telling me, bro, you gotta get with the system, right? And I'm like, no, I don't want to go with the system. I hate the system. I want to be able to purchase my own freedom to serve God in this manner that I think God wants me to do. But at the same time, it's like I'm trying to discern His will, because like I constantly ask Him, like, not my will but yours. At the same time, it's like He has both told me that He wants me to write, but He has also told me that He wants me to be obedient. And I'm at that crossroads where I'm like, okay, I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't. It's like,
He's told you?
I mean, I prayed for that. In fact, let's put this in judgment, okay? Let's be cynical about it. I prayed about like whether I should go to enlist in the Russian army. I wanted to enlist in the Russian army, but I pray to
Yo,
God.
you're
I told him,
fighting yourself, you're fighting your church, you're fighting your boss, and you're looking to fight the Ukrainians. Do you understand that you're at war?
I'm fighting. Yes, I'm a warrior. That's who I am.
Oh, no. This is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you're at war.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, well, I like war. What can I say? It's a sin. It's a sin. I like fighting. I like fighting. I'm sorry. I mean, as much as I can, as much as I can want to say.
Do you think maybe do you think you're not also fighting God's will? I mean, I don't see a single area of your life that you're not fighting. Do you think maybe you're also fighting God's will? And maybe you have an idea of what you think you should be or what you think you are, and you're not open to what you actually are.
Yes, I'm thinking about that constantly, but I have met my end in terms of theology in that sense, because it's like I don't think
It's not all about theology. It's not all about theology.
Let me finish, because the question is whether God wants us to be something we don't want to be vocationally, and I don't think that's the case. And most of the priests I've spoken to agree. It's like God doesn't want you to, like, God allows you to choose among like different goods, right? He's not as long as you do the bare minimum, which I admit I wasn't doing, let's say, in terms of obedience. As long as you're doing the bare minimum and the rest of your like duties, he allows you to choose, let's say, what you're going to offer him and your community, right? In the sense of not like I want to be a professional basketball player and like you're going to become one. I mean, in the sense of,
yes, but look, these things aren't always given immediately. These things don't always happen overnight, and they don't necessarily happen on your time. And while you may feel this calling, which I do understand because I've felt the calling to be a musician my entire life. I'm 42 and I'm finally making a living doing it. But I spent an entire 40 years not making a living doing it. I spent an entire 40 years learning to submit myself and learning to accept God's will. And I didn't know if this would happen. It wasn't until I relinquished it that it started to come about. And I'm just simply saying this is like, your mind is going in so many directions. You're discontented with so many things. And I don't know. Like, I just think that's something to think about. I keep thinking about this prayer that I heard from a saint that was like, and I'm paraphrasing it, but it said, God, I did what I did because I am what I am, and only you can change me. And when I said it's not theology, it's not all theology, what I'm saying is a lot of this stuff is patience, prayer, and participation, you know, and it's not always something that you conclude. It's not always something that you figure out. In fact, I find that more often than not, it's not that. It's mystical. And so you're kind of going in a bunch of different places and at war with everything around you, including yourself. It just sounds like you're in desperate need of peace. And peace doesn't mean being a writer. Peace doesn't mean working as a teacher. Peace is independent of occupation.
Yeah. Well, that's the issue. Why do you think that I have to lose my peace in order to fight? Because like if fighting is ever to be legitimate, I've heard this phrase from a Serbian guy that I think he said it to me in a very charitable way. He said to me, "Don't ever lose your peace for anyone." Like he meant it, and I thought about it, and I think that's very godly, and I think it was a grace-filled comment. Like, I think God inspired him to say that to me in that particular situation, and I needed to hear that at the time. But at the same time, it's like I wouldn't be myself, and that's where the issue comes in, because it requires discernment. I wouldn't be myself if I wouldn't have this predisposition towards fighting, not fighting for any for my idolatry, not fighting for myself. But I wouldn't be myself if I weren't willing to fight over certain things. And of course, I can let things slide. Like some things are small potatoes, of course, like with everyone. But like, there are things that I cannot compromise. I cannot compromise on the dogmas of our church. I cannot compromise on the, let's say, existential, vocational, let's say, pursuit that I have. And sometimes it's very difficult to discern, is God sending me all of these things to correct me because I'm in the wrong path? Or is he testing me to see if I'm going to be steadfast in, let's say, following his command to serve him no matter the cost? And it's like, it's like with Job. It's like Job's friends were actually his enemies. They were telling Job, look, your life is turning to shit because like, you're probably a sinful man who needs to repent. And Job was like, no, you know what, I'm righteous. and we live in a context where if you were going to say something like that, all of the people around you, even within the Orthodox Church, would say, oh, you're so full of pride. You're so full of pride. Only a prideful person would say that they're righteous. Like, the fact that you're saying that you're righteous, it means that basically you're in self-delusion. And it's like, no. Righteousness has like a definite, concrete standard, which is Christ himself, right? So if you know Christ, you can stand in Christ and boast in Christ, like St. Paul said. Like, if you're really doing Christ's will, like, you can say, yes, I'm doing Christ's will. And that's basically what being a Christian is I act in the name of Christ. That's what being a Christian is. And I think we need to stop being so apologetic about what we believe, what we do. But, and I don't think it's without suffering, but I have to also be honest with the fact that I doubt myself like anybody else. But I don't let my doubts like become an obstacle for me acting. It's like I act with my doubt, right? And maybe I fall here and there, but it's just I haven't met my match in terms of somebody who can tell me with a straight face and a clear eye, like, look, bro, you're in pre-list. You're in complete pre-list. It's like my spiritual father told me, like, you think that you're always right. And I told him, bro, I don't know how to tell otherwise. It's like I need to trust somebody to like follow them. It's like I cannot simply like turn on obedience like this. And it's like, okay, yes, I'm gonna follow you. It's like I'm a Western man. I know where I come from. I have struggled with authority all of my life, but it doesn't mean that I'm not obedient, or that I'm only obedient when it suits me, or that I'm only obedient when I agree with my authority. No, I'm obedient when I trust my authorities. But we're in a situation where it's like it's very hard to find people who are like worthy of being like followed unto death. Like it's hard to actually find those people who are like, I don't know what he's doing, but I'm gonna do it because he's doing it. You know, that's very hard. And when people come with demands of like, you have to obey me because what? You don't even know me, bro. You don't know my name. I have to obey you. Why? Because you were ordained. It's like, let me listen to you speak a little bit. Let me get to know you as a person. Maybe we will get to the point where I'm like, okay, I will obey. I will obey because I trust you. I think you're spiritually enlightened. I think that God works through you. But it's like, until then, I can only rely on myself.
This is an orthodoxy.
Okay, you can.
You don't get to. You're saying if I decide you're worthy of the vestments that you wear, then I'll consider following you.
No. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I will respect you. I will respect your office. I will respect the fact that you are supposed to speak in the name of Christ. But if I don't see Christ, then I have to listen to myself and what my conscience tells me, because otherwise it's just blind obedience, and that's not obedience. Like, obedience is not understanding. It's like, for example, I was
are you
thinking about,
surrounded? Are you surrounded by heretics?
bro, do you want to hear what they say? One of the priests said that justice and mercy are opposed because he who wants justice doesn't have mercy. He also said that the world doesn't need the church. Okay, he said that like, women do not need to wear veils because we're not Muslims. Okay, and that wearing veils is a pious Russian custom that doesn't need to be universalized. And I asked him, bro, do you think St. Paul was a Russian? And like, he got super mad when I asked him about St. Paul. It's like, and and they say that judging is always a sin, when the scripture says, like, judge with right judgment. It's like, they are modernists. They really are modernists. It's not me inventing stuff. Like, nobody's gonna get to gaslight me about it. I know where I stand. I'm a rock in that sense, and whoever wants to go against me, like, I'll pray for them, because I'm not moving. They're gonna break against me, and not because I'm this like stalwart defender of the faith. It's because I've gotten to the point where I'm like, you cannot take anything away from me. Like, I've given up everything I had, and I'm like, I'm still going in this track. It's like, what are you gonna do? Punish me with what? Are you gonna excommunicate me? What are you gonna do? Are you gonna hurt me physically? Are you gonna ostracize me? I've had people slander me with fake accounts of sexual abuse. I've had people like physically threaten me. It's like, there's nothing that these people can do to me. There's nothing that can make me like change my direction in that sense, unless God tells me, okay, enough. If God tells me stop, like, I'll go down from my pillar. Like, I'll literally go down from the pillar the moment that God tells me, like, do that.
And how can he tell you?
How can he tell me? He has to tell me through a person who agrees with me theologically and who tells me, yeah, but this is not the fight. This is not the fight. He has to tell me that, but and this person has to be trustworthy.
I mean, I'm sorry that you're surrounded, or you see, you're saying you're surrounded by heretics.
Well, it's half and half. I'm not surrounded by heretics. It's half and half, and I'm. In fact, the situation was this: I didn't want to do this. I didn't want to have to fight. I had to pray, and like, God told me, like, he told me that I had to protect the widows and the orphans. And the next week,
yo, you keep saying, like, God told me, brother. You do sound like you're in pre-less to me.
Okay, let me tell you how it happened. I was praying whether I should like write, or whether I should go to war. And I opened up the Bible. The first verse that appeared was like, righteous faith, something like that, and is one who cares for the widows and the orphans. I asked Father Turbo about this, and he told me, God will show you, like, pray on that, and God will show you exactly what you need to do. And then the next week, a woman walked up to me, and she told me that she knew about my situation, something that had happened to me, and that she thought that it was time that I came forward with it. She was a person who was also, let's say, a victim of injustice within my parish, and she got me in touch with other people who were similarly, let's say, in situations of a similar nature. And like, it's not that I'm saying God told me, because like I heard a voice in my head.
It's the language. I see what you're saying. And God says in the Bible that you should protect the widows and orphans. So that is absolutely true. It's just, it's the third time you've used that language. And it's the type of language I hear from Protestants, and it's like you're alone in Spain. I remember I wasn't living alone, but I remember being alone in India, and I remember the absolute isolation I felt from everyone and everything. And it feels like you're not in an environment in which you can grow, Ivan, and so you're spending a lot of time in your head. But obviously we're only talking for however long just now, but it feels like you're spending a lot of time in your head and putting it upon yourself that here I am, and I'm here to fight off the heretics and like you're like, how new are you to Orthodoxy, by the way?
I've been baptized for 3 years. Before that, I had a year and a half of like catechism, and before that, I was reading about theology for about right now it would be a decade. So from 2015, like I got super serious into theology, and during COVID, I started attending a parish. Then I became Orthodox, and then I moved here to Spain. So,
well, I'm not trying to like it. To me, it just seems like I don't know. Like, forgive me for saying preless. I'm saying Ivan, you're so in your head.
You might be right. I don't know, but the way I see it is this. I don't think that I'm alone. I don't see myself as alone. I don't feel alone. And in fact, I crave solitude. And it's something that I've been wrestling with lately, the past few months, in the sense of like, I'm a very extroverted person by nature. Okay. I always like to get to know people and like really invest myself in their life. And like, I like being around people. But lately, what I felt is like I'm with God. Like I feel like the people are distracting me from God. It's like I don't need to hear their opinions. I don't need to hear their like. I can be with them. I can act with them. I can like spend time with them. I can do things for them, with them. Like I can participate in communal life. But what I can't do is somehow let the cares that other people have like seep into my soul and poison my relationship with God. Because whenever I start to listen to people, like they always have an excuse for something. It's like they always have an excuse for why they, and I'm not saying that I'm judging them, I'm using this as an example. It's like they always have an excuse for why they don't show up to church, even though I'm not asking them, right? It's like for some reason they feel like they have to excuse themselves before me for not doing the right thing. And I do the same thing myself. And I'm sick of justifying myself. Like I've started to notice that self-justification is demonic. Okay, and I don't mean it in the cutesy kind of like I'm parroting what I've heard a priest say. I'm saying whenever I make an excuse for myself, it's like I'm clawing at God and like trying to like take a stab at him. It's like I cannot keep listening to these things and to these justifications for unholy behavior because I'm not strong enough to sit with a prostitute. And I thought I was. I used to have a flatmate back when I was living in my other apartment, and he was a corrupt cop. And like I didn't judge the guy. I got around like we were in a good situation. I thought to myself, if I'm an Orthodox Christian, I should be able to hang out with this person, right? Like, and I shouldn't judge them. I shouldn't do anything. And he wanted to go to a whorehouse. And I went with him there, and I spoke to one of the prostitutes, and we had a civil conversation. I tried to be as civil as I could, and even though nothing spiritually dangerous happened to me in that situation, I told a priest about this situation, and he told me never to do that again because it was a huge risk on my soul. And I didn't understand it at the time. But then looking back at it, I realized that whenever I hung around people who were in some way that I could discern sinning, that it could do two things to me. Either I could judge them, or I could fall into the same sin as them, because I didn't have, let's say, the strength yet to hang around with them, right? So in the case of prostitution, of the situation with the prostitute, it wasn't virtue what saved me from sin. It was pride. It was the pride of thinking myself, oh, I'm such a pious Orthodox Christian, I will never be tempted by it. Like, it was that subtle, small belief that, yes, in paper I didn't sin, but perhaps what I should have told my friend was, I'm not gonna go to a whorehouse with you. I don't care what you think of me. I'm not gonna go there. And if you want me to go there, like, I have to take distance from you. And that's what I should have done in that situation.
Yeah.
And now I'm realizing that what I have to do is bear all of the, let's say, relational issues and take them upon myself. And if I have to be judged by it, if people have to tell me, oh, you're so in your head, or you don't like other people, you don't hang around other people because you're quietly judging them. It's like, no, it's not because I'm quietly judging them. It's because I want to avoid quietly judging them. It's because I want to avoid the responsibility of being in communion with them. Why? Because I cannot bear it. It's easier for me to pull away than it is for me to be with them and deal with all of their issues.
Yeah.
And I was telling this to a friend of mine who's thinking of breaking up with his girlfriend. He's becoming Orthodox. His girlfriend, she's not there. And he's thinking to himself, right, like, I think I have to break up with her because, like, this will create, like, a lot of issues in the future. And I was saying to him, if you feel that way, you're probably right. You're probably right, because this is what happens. It's like, when you're in a relationship to another person, when you have to love them, love in practice means a level of sacrifice that you have to actually be able to handle. It's like, you don't get to simply like, oh no, I'm gonna marry a prostitute because I'm such a holy person that I can bring them up to my level instead of them like pulling me down. And it's not just within marriage. It's like, sometimes I think we new converts to Orthodoxy, we think in legalistic terms. It's like, oh no, now that you're married, now you're a thing. Or no, it's like that with every relationship you have to a different degree. It's like, if you have a friend who's a drug addict, you're supposed to help them. And I'm sorry to tell you, it's like, sometimes the best thing that you can do is just pull away from that relationship. You're basically telling him, it's like, I cannot handle you when you're like that. Like, I cannot deal with this situation. I don't have the time, the energy, or the spiritual strength to actually love you in the way that a person who is in your life should. So I'm pulling away, not because I'm judging you. It's because I'm not good for you. I'm not good for you in that sense. And that's what I'm doing. It's not that I'm in my head because I want to be like this, like intellectual or whatever. It's like, no, I have to pull away.
I wasn't saying that. I wasn't saying that you're trying to be an intellectual or anything. I said that you're fighting everyone and you're in your head and you're alone.
But I don't feel alone, man. I don't feel alone.
It's not about feeling. You are. What is the story of the monk who said that he could do he came to a realization that the other monks were only holding him back. And I'm not saying this is what you're saying. Take what you can from it. This is not a judgment. But he said he realized that he prayed more fervently and could focus more deeply on his prayer if he stopped being around the other monks. And so he spent all his time in his skeet and never went to the hall to spend time with the other monks. He spent all his days praying alone in his skeet. And one day the abbot of the monastery came in and he goes to the man's fire. The monk has a fire that he's keeping his skeet warm with, and he separates all the coals, and then he leaves, and the fire goes out. We have to do this with others.
Yeah.
Even if you're, even a monastic does.
Oh, I completely agree, man. But like, what can I do? It's like today I'm a friend of mine is coming to visit. Okay, like he sent me a message. He told me like, do you want to do something Saturday? Like, sure, let's do something. He's a from my parish. Okay, he's a friend.
Murder, I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry. I'm sorry we didn't get to talk. Have a good night, man.
So anyway, it's not that I'm like a hermit who doesn't see people, who doesn't hang around like other.
Look, I said take what you can from it. I didn't say anything more than that. I didn't say defend yourself against it. I said take what you can from it.
Okay. What I'm saying is simply, I think that I'm more useful to God pulling back and working on myself and working on being less visible, both on the internet and in my parish, and working on like trying to rid myself of very serious faults that I have, rather than like.
But you don't do it. This is the point of the prayer I was talking about. You don't do it. God does it through participation, through prayer. That's how it happens. It happens through participation in the life of the church, through prayer, and yes, often through submission. And these things happen not by your will. God help me if I ever thought such a thing. We don't do it. We can't do it. We're fallen. We can't do it. I can't do anything right. I cannot do anything right. I'm a sinner to my core. I'm a literal animal. And never by my own will have I ever accomplished anything. But through the life of the church, through prayer and fasting and being a part of the church, not giving myself extra burdens or anything like that, but by simply being a part of the simplistic life of the church, changes begin occurring to me in ways that I can't understand. But there's nothing I can do on my own. God help me if I ever thought such a thing. And you say you're more useful to God if you're staying away from people. How do you know what God is using you for? How could you possibly? How are you so wise that you know what God's using you for? And who are you to be useful to God?
I think God made us all to be useful to him.
Yes, God made us all to love him. To say this would be more useful for God if I did this. Says who? Why who's saying this?
Well, I think that I have struggled with vainglory so much that it's better for me to simply like for example, right now there are rumors in my parish circulating about me. They're slandering me. And what I'm doing right now is keeping quiet. Of course, I do not like them. When I see someone spreading them, like I stop them. Okay, I correct them. I tell them like this is not the case. But at some point, I think that what God is trying to teach me is basically it's not about you. Like you were able to do good things for me, but now you believe that it's because you can do them. Of course, you're right in saying that there's a level of, let's say, pride, self-sufficiency. Of course, that's what I'm struggling against. It's more like I cannot struggle against self-sufficiency through self-sufficiency. It's like,
yeah, but you're struggling to be perfect with by avoiding the struggle itself.
Do you think?
That's what you're saying. I need to not be away because it's too many problems. There's too many issues. So it's better if I stay to myself. But the struggle is waiting for you out there, no matter how much you refuse it, because the struggle is there to teach you.
I completely agree, but it cannot be a struggle that drowns me. Like I'm willing to be drowned, but I don't think that God wants that for me right now. I mean, I think God wants me to learn the humility to be able to say, this is enough. Like, it's like a person going to the gym and saying stuff like, okay, I'm gonna lift X amount of weight. It's like, bro, have you even tried to lift a little bit of weight? Like, how do you know that this abstract number that you think you ought to be able to lift, you're gonna be able to lift? It's like, and I'm not denying that some people like have this like special relationship to God, where like God literally tells them you're gonna be able to lift this, and without even having ever lifted one weight in their life, like they're able to do it because God told them, right? But that's not my case. Like, I know it's like I've historically tried to lift more weight than I could bear, and right now I'm at a point where I'm literally breaking, and I think it's providential. Okay, if you say so.
Look, I who am I?
No, I know, but that's what I'm talking about.
Sometimes breaking is a very necessary part of the journey.
Yes, but I feel like I've broken I've broken a lot. I think it's become a crutch. Like this, I love the zealousness of like just break, like go on to death. Yes, go on to death. But in my case,
I'm not talking about go on to death. I'm talking about sometimes in our lives we fall into sin so that we realize how weak we are, and we stop relying on on ourselves, and we become more fervent in our prayer. So it's these sorts of things, sometimes breaking, sometimes these things have to happen so we can reckon with ourselves and realize how little we can do on our own. But you already know that. So I know, Ivan. You already know, Ivan.
No.
There's nothing to teach. The cup is full, brother. And who am I? I'm not a teacher. I'm a hEllolisTENER, nigga. I'm out here listening, broski.
No, it's okay, bro. It's okay. I get it. No, it's just I do not know. I know that I do not know. But you cannot live like that. You cannot live like that.
I don't know any other way to live. Like it's. Where's your peace, bro? Where's your peace?
No, you're right. I should be more comfortable with trusting God, not knowing anything, and just doing.
Doing what's in front of you.
Yeah.
Instead of going off to Russia and going off to Spain. I don't know why you do any of the things you do. We don't know each other this well, but it seems like you're always thinking about the next thing instead of dealing what's in front of you.
No, that's true. That's true. Well, maybe it's pride, because I do not feel that I was made to teach English.
Okay,
I really
wait, but how old are you?
I'm 32.
You're 32. What, is it over? You're teaching English right now. I didn't feel like I was meant to flip burgers or drive Ubers, but I did it for a long time, bro. It's patience. That's one of the most important things, is patience. It's allow these things to, instead of frantically saying, should I do this? Should I do this? Maybe go here, maybe do this. Deal with what's in front of you. This is a great attitude. You're a go-getter. I can tell that about you. You have a very your mind is in the future. Me, I fall into depressions because my mind is in the past. You fall into anxiety and get in your head because you're constantly focused on the future. Both of us need to focus on what's in front of us and trust God. The life of the Orthodox Christian is incredibly easy. It's incredibly easy. It's focus on what's in front of you and trust God and have patience. That's it.
Yeah. Well, it's funny that you say that because I don't want to take too much of your time. If you want to,
I do got to get back to music. But say what you want to say.
Like I felt like a really crappy teacher. Like when I started teaching English, it's like it's not that I didn't care about my students. It's that I hated teaching so much that like it obviously affected like the quality of my work or my attitude at work, right? And then I started liking teaching, and that's when I started having problems. When I was a bad teacher, everything was peachy, you know. When I was a bad teacher, like I could basically navigate like my teaching position politics, right? Like it's like I was a functional cog in the system. But when I started to actually care deeply about like my work in terms of like being a good teacher, loving my students, being there, being present, that's when I started having problems like at work. And it came to a point where it's like, I do not know how to live in this system. I do not know how to live in the world. It's terrible. I'm trying to do like it feels like I'm being punished for striving towards God. And it's like there's a point where I'm like,
Glory
I
to
can't
God.
do much more.
Glory to God.
Glory to God.
What else is there? What else is there? If you're not struggling, then that means if you're struggling, then that means God's still with you. It's when you're not struggling that you have to start worrying, Ivan.
Well, thank you for your time, for your advice.
Well, I didn't give advice, and forgive me if I came off as judging you. I don't know what you want me to do with all this, and I did the best I could because I love you and I care about you.
I love you too, man. I love you too.
God bless you.
God bless. Bye.
Bye.
No longer ranting about art. No longer caring what it means. No longer sensitive to shapes. Decoding every move they made. The artist died a couple years before I made it to the scene. I threw my hat into the ring, and it was eaten by machines. Well, I know you. Well, I know you. And all the best. Cause I love what they made. But then they told me no one could make it past the door unless we took the play. Now I'm intolerant. Now tell me about the books you read, how they inspired you to death. Tell me about the films you've seen, how they fulfilled your wildest dreams. Tell me about the TV shows, how they're the only world you know. Tell me about your precious songs that spoke directly to your heart. Well, I know you. Well, I know you. And all the best to pray.
Next song is similar. It's the first time I've had this requested. Remind me after this song, Big Boss.
Don't say you want me on. No, that's too easy. Without concern. Oh, my soul is catching wind, and I know the way we were similar. I'm unable to change, even if I crack. Thought you knew I was strange. Watch it turn your back. Everyone seems to leave. Guess I'm still not sure what it means to have friends that don't make it worse. What the hell's that worth? Don't say you want me on. No, that's too easy. Without concern. Oh, my soul is catching wind, and I know the way
were similar.
All right. Song requests are 20 from this point forward. Not trying to be mean. Not trying to be mean. Jay Dyer. Not trying to be mean. I've just we still got a lot of songs to go through. And one of them is going to be difficult. Two of them. Yeah.
Big Boss said he sent you one last video for the night.
All right. Big Boss sent me something I got to watch real quick. I have to watch this really quick.
Iar dacă va fi nevoie, vom ști să ne apărăm și împotriva oștilor care au cucerit Constantinopolul.
Dang, that was sick. Don't be upset with me. I just gave you one, are we not, man? I just gave you one. You requested Gucci Temple Prime after I changed it. And I said, fine. I'm not trying to be a jerk. What's done is done.
There's no place left for you to run away.
I'm tired. Also, but I could hang out. I could do all this. It's just, I want to kind of slow the requests down to a trickle. Get a good sleep tonight. Go to church tomorrow. You know what I mean? Plus we started very late today. Just let me explain. We started very late today. 1, 2, we had a long Ortho Thugs. 3, we had multiple long talks on Shows Over. So, I mean, it's already, I can't, for some of y'all, it's morning already. Thank you. Thoth, I don't know what you were talking about earlier. You said like, sorry for being mean or something. I don't remember you being mean. You said, sorry we started off weird. I don't remember starting off weird. But yeah, it's all gravy. Nice, Bloody. Are we not men needs to learn? Oh.
Anywhere I go, you'll be there, I know. You call out to me, you preserve my soul. I lost all my friends, your love did not end. Your kingdom awaits, there we'll meet again. Anywhere I go, you'll be there, I know. You are next to me, you preserve my soul. Though I miss my friends, my love did not end. Your kingdom awaits, there we'll meet again. Let's go. I have no idea what's coming, but Lord, I do know one thing. Whatever happens is guided by your hand. Help me not to forget it, it happens every minute. I'm in the wilderness of my transgression. Anywhere I go, you'll be there, I know. You call out to me, you preserve my soul. I lost all my friends, your love did not end. Your kingdom awaits, there we'll meet again. Anywhere I go, you'll be there, I know. You are next to me, you preserve my soul. Oh, I miss my friends, my love did not end. Your kingdom awaits, there we'll meet again. They're calling now, they're calling their place without a word. It's all in their face, they want it all. What else can I say? I'm tired, I'm tired.
I got, and you walk away. I'll take it all. I'll learn to be brave. They have nothing, not even the grave. I'm ready to do as you say.
Sing this song. Sing this song. Sing this song.
I'm freaking tired now. I'm tired. I'm sleepy, Dad.
Will we save the human race, or will we be crushed under the weight of
Guys, welcome back to Show's Over, the overest show to ever not exist. The next song is a dealer's choice, Ice Wolf. This was my 67th song. Good night, Reverse Massage. Done and done, brother. Very cool. Very cool. You shuffing dang old shuffer. Get glurmed, you stinking shuffer. I'm gonna have our own language soon. Get glurmed, you no good shuffer.
Hey. Replace the people that question with people open to suggestion and then make them folks an offer they can never refuse. Replace the people that question with people open to suggestion and then make them folks an offer they can never refuse. Replace the people that question with people open to suggestion and then make them folks an offer they can never refuse. Replace the people that question with people open to suggestion and then make them folks an offer they can never refuse. Replace the people that question with people open to suggestion and then make them folks an offer they can can never refute. Replace the people that question with people open to suggestion, and then make them folks an offer they can never refuse. Replace the people that question with people open to suggestion, and then make them folks an offer they can never refuse. Replace the people that question with people open to suggestion, and then make them folks an offer they can never refuse.
Hey, spoon fed to you. Revolution, we're right ahead of you. Hey, racial politics, that's what really counts. Fuck those monuments. Hey, corporatocracy, yeah, I'm into it. They keep jacking me. Rub the baby's tummy, tell him that he's good. Intersectionality, yeah, that's baby food.
The people that question with people open to suggestion, and then make them folks an offer they can never refuse. Replace the people that question with people open to suggestion, and then make them folks an offer they can never refuse. Replace the people that question with people open to suggestion, and then make them folks an offer they can never refuse. Replace the people that question with people open to suggestion, and then make them folks an offer they can never refuse. Replace the
See the cops, they don't care if you hate them. They still getting military equipment. Corporations co-signing white privilege. You was losing, but you think that you winning. Everybody get on the safe side. Fuck the white man, but don't look them in the eyes. Black, gay, immigrant, transpire. You can see the banner hanging on the side of your favorite storefront. Don't overthink it. Your blood, that's what they drinking. Reparations in the form of a discount. Corporate owned poison clothes selling shit house. Yeah, we're spoon feeding you a revolution, and you eat it up. Oh, thank God for white guilt. Watch them lick your nuts while you buy into this filth.
Replace the people that question with people open to suggestion, and then make them folks an offer they can never refuse. Replace the people that question with people open to suggestion, and then make them folks an offer they can never refuse. Replace the people that question with people open to suggestion, and then make them folks an offer they can never refuse. Replace the people that question with people open to suggestion, and then make them folks an offer they can never refuse. Replace the people that question with people open to suggestion, and then make them folks an offer they can never refuse. Replace the people that question with people open to suggestion, and then make them folks an offer they can never refuse. Replace the people that question with people open to suggestion, and then make them folks an offer they can never refuse. Replace the people that question with people open to suggestion, and then make them folks an offer they can never refuse.
Sometimes that song is very relevant. I feel like right now that song's particularly relevant.
Baby.
Yeah.
Can I request a song?
What you want?
Can you play Are We Not Men's song he made for you?
Are We Not Men made a song for me? Oh, yeah. Wait, didn't I listen to it?
Yeah, but you didn't show the stream.
All right, real quick. Let me do the song that Are We Not Men made using AI.
Yo, I need y'all to pay attention right now. We got Tony in the house. We got Tony in the house, yo. He's gonna do his thing. He don't care about none of that. Check it up. Tony shoves, that's what he do. No need to front, no need to move. Don't call him, he coming through. Tony shoves, that's what he do. Tony shoves, that's what he do. No need to front, no need to move. Don't call him, he coming through. Tony shoves, that's what he do. Tony be chillin', he ain't frontin' or in your business. And he be chillin' like all the time, like he on vacation all his life. Like he don't work, like he don't hurt, like he don't sweat. He just don't. The only time he do, he hit the flow. He shuffle right in the door. Tony shoves, that's what he do. No need to front, no need to move. Don't call him, he coming through. Tony shoves, that's what he do.
can't allow myself to like this. That kind of slaps.
I said Tony, Tony. I said Tony, Tony. I said Tony, Tony. I said Tony, Tony. Tony Shop. Tony don't flex. He ain't worried about no checks. He ain't worried about no chick. Only worried about that deck. That's right. Tony be shuffling. And he shuffle through them packs. Yeah. Tony, the reason you got that foil in your packs. All the way in Ohio. All the way to Japan. Tony be putting in work. You ain't never put in. Tony be putting in work. You ain't never put in. I said Tony be putting in work. You ain't never put in. Tony shoves, that's what he do. No need to front, no need to move. Don't call him, he coming through. Tony shoves, that's what he do. Tony shoves, that's what he do. No need to front, no need to move.
Ridiculous.
Don't call him, he coming through. Tony shoves.
Me just be like passively just like, also some computer sings a song about me and I'm just like, yeah, Tony shoves. Yeah, I do shove. That's true. All right, the next song is Orc. Egg raw fried door type beat. Why you on stream talking bad about me? If it ain't deep, why you acting all deep? All my frenemies who's asleep. Jump in the Jeep, look at me go. I cannot tell my friends from my foes. Been a whole week, haven't changed my clothes. Now I'm on stream talking like I know. Egg raw fried door type beat. Why you on stream talking bad about me? If it ain't deep, why you acting all deep? All my frenemies who's asleep. Jump in the Jeep, look at me go. I cannot tell my friends from my foes. Been a whole week, haven't changed my clothes. Now I'm on stream talking like I know. Tried to make it better and I only made it worse. Tried to apologize, ended up cursing. Hey, look at me, I'm the best and the worst. Look at me more, look at me till it hurts. Tried to make it better and I only made it worse. Wanna stop talking but I gotta go to work. Thought I really wanted this, now I'm not sure. Who do you think you are? You're a jerk. Jerk, 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 jerk. Jerk, 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 jerk. You are not a saint, you're a pile of dirt. Dancing on stream when you could've went to church. Buy my merch, wear my clothes, listen to my songs, watch my shows. Tell me I'm a good person even though I am the worst person I know. Egg raw fried door type beat. Why you on stream talking bad about me? If it ain't deep, why you acting all deep? All my frenemies who's asleep. Jump in the Jeep, look at me go. I cannot tell my friends from my foes. Been a whole week, haven't changed my clothes. Now I'm on stream talking like I know. Tried to make it better and I only made it worse. Forgot why I started doing this in the first place. Showing you the hole in my chest cause it works. I don't have a choice, I was doing it for you, King. Telling me I'm cool and you like what I'm doing. This is how I am even when they're not looking. Nice guy turned into a dragon like Luke King. Nice guy turned into a killer like Wu-Tang. I don't wanna do it but I'm scared that I will. I've been never proud since I took the red pill. I've been never proud since before I was a shill. I always was a shill, I've never been a shill. I remember back making videos with Will. People gather around, watch me feel the way I feel. Well, I feel it still. Only difference now is I know that it's real. Egg raw fried door type beat. Why you on stream talking bad about me? If it ain't deep, why you acting all deep? All my frenemies who's asleep. Jump in the Jeep, look at me go. I cannot tell my friends from my foes. Been a whole week, haven't changed my clothes. Now I'm on stream talking like I know. Dang, that song really is good. I really liked some of the lyrics on there. Well, I like all the lyrics, but you know what I mean. Song kind of slaps. Boy, oh boy, have a good night, X said. Boy, oh boy, have a good break thumb knuckle. Here's your next song. It's True Blue Carnivore. Get ready for your mind. One time for your mother stinking mind. Ew, your That can't be healthy.
This is not what it appears to be. They are nothing like me. We may share the same stage, but we don't say the same things. It's only truth I speak. Hold on to your souls, 'cause they're lying. What has he said to you to make you feel the way they feel? That you're sad to you, whether or not you think it's real. And you're paying them to play pretend. It's the venom and you take it in. When you idolize the ignorant, then you're bound to be the same as them, and you don't care. They're shoving this pipe dream down your neck, 'cause they don't care. They're selling this pipe dream to your kids, saying here I am, I'm your American Idol. All they sell you, it may smell like it's love, but it's covered in blood. It's in your cars, in your food, in your clothes. Can you tell? You can't tell. Oh no, oh no, oh no. This is it, this is it.
Whew. Shoosh. Shoosh. All right. Guys, welcome back to Show's Over, the all-night freaking dang radio show. I know y'all out there in your trucks, truck driving, avoiding Indians. Appreciate you tuning in, Hello Listener, to get you through the night. And then this song is Dances with Wolves. This is me. You're good, bloody.
To see you coming in the night sky. You're right. I've got these big old ears. Better to hear you coming than live in fear. You're right. I've got the sharpest teeth that you've ever seen. I've got mouths to feed. You're right. I've got a tale to tell. You're born in heaven. I was crawling out of hell. Damn right. I feel so smitten by the brightness of your riding hood. And it's like you love evil. We pretend to be good. And at night I saw you naked at the firewood, dancing with devils, dressed in the hides of wolves. Maybe I'll start hunting you. Maybe I'll start hunting you.
Truly, Shoreline. Yo, Maria's a freaking comedian, yo. Shout out Thumb Knuckle for having a house shirt. Shout out to all of y'all for having house shirts. And shout out to Turbo Diesel for the third time he said this joke. Just got back from fishing and this mad lad is still going. Brother, I'm speed running these songs. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what.
Daddy's watching horror movies. That shit feels demonic to me. Mama's such a weirdo. Mama's such a weirdo. Mama's in the kitchen singing. Mama's in the car screaming.
Oh, we were supposed to sell Guardian
Mama's
Quantra
such a
listens.
weirdo. Mama's such a weirdo. And I can feel the sky caving in. Feel the crows picking at my eyes. Just a rat in the cage. I'ma go to hell when I die. And I can feel the fabric start to tear. And I can tell that nothing is real. If feel like I don't exist. Feel like I won't be missed. Daddy's watching horror movies. That she feels the monotone. Mama's such a weirdo. Mama's such a weirdo. Mama's
What about it?
Mama's in the car screaming. Mama's such a weirdo. Mama's such a weirdo. I feel the sky caving in.
Turbo don't kill the vibe. Turbo is a vibe in and unto himself.
I'm as ready as I'll ever be. I'm as ready as I'll ever be. Throw yourself into the sea. Throw yourself into the sea. I'm as ready as I'll ever be. I'm as ready as I'll ever be. Throw yourself into the sea. Throw yourself into the sea.
I lost myself in the instant. I taught myself to be distant. I caught myself on a mission to stop myself. I fought myself. Oh, it made me like him. I'm made of lines that you can call. Oh, they found their way in these made up lines that I can't cross.
What up, Organized Insanity? I didn't like my most loyal viewers is wild. I stopped streaming because I didn't like my most loyal viewers. That's so... That's lit. That's lit. Dude, there's no previous text. She just said she was upset I didn't have marks or scars. Yo, did we just receive a random transmission? This is like 6 cents. I need to I need to know what this means. Yo, Friday nights, man, everybody gets weird and cryptic. Every single...
She said one time I asked a lady at the hospital how much she got paid to look at me naked.
Wait, what?
She said before that, one time.
Wait, I didn't see the first part, Lauren. It just didn't show up on my thing.
One time I asked a lady at the hospital how much she got paid to look at me.
How much she got paid to look at me naked? Yeah, it's kind of a flex. When a doctor tells me to get naked, I'm like, I'm paying you for this? You know what I'm saying? You should be paying me.
Helicopter flies me into town. I got my mom with me, and she's not making a sound. Helicopter, I hope it goes down, 'cause something happened today, a scar that'll never go away. Helicopter flies me into space. I come back and I see my mother's face. The smell of plastic and my mistakes. Something happened today, a scar that'll never go away. I can't believe you. I hate myself, leave you, believe you, believe you. I hate myself for my life. I hate myself, makes sense. Helicopter crashes into a tree. I'm seeing something I don't wanna see. Helicopter, what are you doing to me? Something happened today, a scar that'll never go away. Helicopter, hospital bed. I see my family react to what the nurse says. My brother's crying, my sister doesn't believe it. Something happened today, a scar that'll never go away.
tragedy over and over again. He tried to break me. Maybe he did. Your star went out that day, and mine went dim.
What up, Bill? Oh, thank you, Mr. Fist. Wait, no, what? Wait, what? Who are... Hold on.
I can hear you now.
Hello?
Looking for legs that can walk the mountain. Looking for arms that can fight the dragon. Looking for brains that can solve the problem. Looking for faith that can move the mountain. Looking for legs that can walk the mountain. Looking for arms that can fight the dragon. Looking for brains that can solve the problem. Looking for faith that can move the mountain. Looking for legs that can walk the mountain. Looking for arms that can fight the dragon. Looking for brains that can solve the problem. Looking for faith that can move the mountain. Looking for legs that can walk the mountain. Looking for arms that can fight the dragon. Looking for brains that can solve the problem. Looking for faith that can move the mountain. Lost in Saturn's world, gotta keep myself, I could fall apart any second, I could go to hell. Gotta hold your insides in, everything is sin. Gotta hold your insides in, everything is sin. Sliding down the block, every soul is lost, I can see them turning in the dark. Every broken heart, gotta hold your insides in, everything is sin. Gotta hold your insides, everything is sin.
Sorry about that. Sorry about the skip.
for legs that can walk the mountain. Looking for arms that
I
can
didn't
fight
say
the
anything,
dragon.
Bill.
Looking for brains that can solve the problem.
He's just trying to get you to request the song.
Looking for legs that can walk the mountain. Looking for arms that can fight the dragon. Looking for brains that can solve the problem. Looking for faith that can move the mountain. Hey, they come through, hey, at intervals, hey, they want you, hey, impotent, hey, first comfort, hey, then belligerence, hey, they turn you, hey, ambivalent, hey, they taunt you, hey, they condescend, hey, they haunt you, hey, with questions, hey, then switch it up, hey, come break bread, hey, don't want to, hey, I'm Christian. Think you got for these times of trouble? They make it hard not to rely upon you. Give me the strength I need, Lord, to make it through. I've tried everything else, nothing else would do.
Oh no.
Hey, they hate you, hey, with vigilance. Hey, they hate your religion. Hey, they want you, hey, giving it, hey, to temptation. It thrills them, hey, they're vicious, hey, they're close in it, hey, the children, hey, of Satan. Hey, don't listen, hey, don't listen, hey, don't listen, hey, don't listen. You got for these times of trouble.
I do know. The longest song I had is either Tell Me or Simple. I'm not sure which. It would take too long to check, but one of those two. Probably Tell Me. Probably Tell Me. But that's because it goes through like multiple movements and it's almost like a miniature album. I don't even know if it counts as a song. I have X. Yeah, follow me on X. Just DM me on there. I did a Wednesday stream this week without membership. Not doing that again. Huge mistake. Made a huge mistake. Never making that mistake again. Because since it was public, I felt the public energy. Members only streams, it's like, it's allowed to go in a lot of directions, you know what I mean? And it's a little less pressure. The Monday show is like the show. The Wednesday show is kind of all over the place, more up for grabs, and it's like, you know, a closer knit community. The Friday show is show's over. This has become the structure of my week, and I think I'm going to keep it this way and not mess with the formula, actually. Streaming is always either your worst mistake or the best thing ever, not gonna lie. This is so true, man. Often it's both. It's just _ hEllolisTENER.
A bunch of dreams and
politicians sucking up their air. And all the geniuses stand in the corner and say, we always knew this way over to the USA. Man, the second your views about the change you thought you knew. Now you know you can view yourself the same as always knows. You all know what to choose. The feel that you play the role. Making sure that the moon placing you straight on the bone. Now they're telling me you made a mistake. I like the prove. You got something to prove. But you're the flames, not the truth. Got no better to prove. Too many claim leave the truth. What they say and get shame to the grave.
And they confuse what they say with what they do. But I see through all the games that they play with you. You gotta say what they're thinking and you lose it all. There's no room for opinion, man, fuck your thoughts. I got a string that pulls every time they draw. I got a blown out head and a famous soul. You made a meal cause you went where you were told to go. Well, I choose my news to say I want soul.
Sorry.
To the day we give up and start killing ourselves, it's all a game. It's all a game. And we lose, motherfucker.
Right into Ronald Reagan.
Ronald Reagan made me smoke crack rock. Ronald Reagan made me smoke crack rock. What? Ronald Reagan made me smoke crack rock. Ronald Reagan made me smoke crack rock. What? Ronald Reagan made me smoke crack rock. Ronald smoke crack rock.
We got 3 bangers and then Whoopie to go. Remember the simpler times, the Reagan era, when we just did crack? Can we just do crack again? Yo, shout out Dr. Evo. Like Rodney King said. Did somebody put his link in the description?
And do crack.
Bro's talented as heck.
I'm pretty sure he did crack.
Ronald Reagan made me smoke crack rock. Ronald Reagan made me smoke crack rock. Ronald Reagan made me smoke crack rock. Ronald Reagan made me smoke crack rock.
I just think, you know, it's gotten out of hand. Can we just get back to doing crack? Shout out Dr. Evo. That's a freaking banger. I remember the first time he was in chat, spent the whole night showing them songs from like 2006. We were talking about how bad our music was in 2006. And I just, that was a fun night. Great story, Tony. Wow, you're real lucid. Thanks, it's one of my stories.
Ever since I entered the fallopian, ever since the doctors cut the rope and then pierced me with their potions and took me from my mother's arms and sold me into slavery. I'm lonely in my bravery, learning how to cope with it. I don't let the electrical lines rope me in, split the sky in pieces like linoleum. Fat and full of lies, I turn to soap for them. You died and they use you for your sodium. Oh, how dystopian. Look at how they taught them to be Bolsheviks, told them how to shatter from the podium. How was that appropriate? Staring at the ceiling, frantic coping, man. Want a friend but won't be left alone again. Hiding in my zone again. Haven't spoken a word to any woman, man. A holy man. Busy listening to jets fly over my home. I can't be bothered to be a real custodian. I just hit the pedal to the metal. When they tell me slow, man, I go whoosh. Run till it runs out of juice. NASCAR running on fumes. Drive like there's nothing to lose. Sing like it's going out of tune. Space station coming through. 1 foot heavy like room. Run till you're done, soldier. Run, run, run like whoosh. Run till it runs out of juice.
This outfit's making me want to wear all black. I'm like, I'm seeing myself. I'm like, I should wear a bunch of gold chains with this. And I'm like, see? You need to not do anything. You need to go back to just wearing all black. I wanted to look fancy for season 3, guys. I wore fancy pants. You didn't even see how fancy my pants are. And I guess you never will. Whoa, they're blue, big deal. Okay, fine. The fit is lit, all right? Y'all gonna make me F around and upload an image. I look retarded. That'll be cool. That'll be my pose. Timer. It's too gross. I'm gonna start doing those push-ups Nick was talking about.
Like a blood-crazed animal. Finally gained fame, but your soul's illegible. Speaking his name at your formal rituals. Who is this king that you claim you're praying to? Take the kids in with your sad grin, Mr. Show. Diamond dark shades, cause your eyes stop saying so. See it, even if I'm all alone. Full of demons, make believe in martyrdom.
listen to your ramblings, Gucci temple vibes. Look into our new God's eyes, born out of endless compromise. Something took a hold, we don't disagree no more. Now we believe in the celebrity. Gather round friends, it's the end of suffering. He's a true king and it's time to follow him. All the lost tribes under his new religion. He has devised our perfect government. He is like Christ but without the parables. He respects you as an evolved animal. He does not judge pedophiles or cannibals. Do as thou wilt, just as long as you're flammable. Dang, my neck. Yo, we're down to 2 songs. Ooh. And Napoleonic is the next one. Yeah, probably. We were talking about that on Ortho Thugs today. A lot of my music is warfare music. But a lot of it isn't. But a lot of it is. This song's called Napoleonic. Driving with a head full of consonants, looking out the window at immigrants. Boy, I'm getting tired of enrichment. All the other whites took their shit and dipped. Maybe I'll get rich, I could ditch these chimps. Living in the city where the victims live. They're so victimized that they run this shit. Feel like I'm the last oppressor in this bitch. Voulez-vous m'aider avec moi ce soir? I'm feeling Napoleonic on my block. Crashing like an irrational Eurasian. I'm not really comfortable with erasure. Voulez-vous m'aider avec moi ce soir? I'm feeling Napoleonic on my block. Crashing like an irrational Eurasian. I'm not really comfortable with y'all tryna educate me, but no, I'm the one here to educate you, my son. On that ramshackle dun. We gon' make you remember why you used to run when you saw us coming. Me, oh no, I'm a nice white looking for a nice white life. You are now white obstacle to what I like. I'm not thinking clearly, but I think I'm right. Never wanted any of this. I don't care who you are. I don't care where you're from. I don't care who you know. I don't care what you done. I don't want you around. I don't care how you feel. I just want you out. I'm just keeping it real. Voulez-vous m'aider avec moi ce soir? I'm feeling Napoleonic
really comfortable with erasure. Voulez-vous m'aller avec moi ce soir? I'm feeling the pain.
Sorry, dude. It should be back on Spotify, but not all of it.
I'm not really comfortable with y'all tryna educate me, but no, I'm the one here to educate you, my son. On that ramshackle dun. We gon' make you remember why you used to run when you saw us coming. Me, oh no, I'm a nice white looking for a nice white life. You are now white obstacle to what I
Thank you,
like.
Total
I'm
Gravity.
not thinking clearly, but I think I'm right. Never wanted any of this.
It's hard to keep track on
I don't care who you are. I don't care where you're from. I don't care who you know. I don't care what you
Stop hijacking people's super chats.
I don't want you around. I don't care how you feel. I just want you out. I'm just keeping it real. I don't care who you are. I don't care where you're from. I don't care who you know. I don't care what you've done. I don't want you around. I don't care how you feel. I just want you out. I'm just keeping it real.
The final song of the evening is Woompy. Charlotte.
Babies come out strong, ready to defend their loved ones from harm. Stronger than a bomb, they don't need a gun. One single baby versus a whole battalion of Khazarians.
Deep in the forest where the grizzly bears live, they tell stories
of the babies in the mist. A power unseen since the days of Goliath. Babies drink pee and it makes them really violent. Now here's the science, while in the womb,
babies use their mom's tummies
as bathrooms and a swimming pool,
and they swim in their own pee.
And that's what makes them stronger than
you and me.
But not anymore, cause now it's at a store. Recycle baby urine straight from the source. Now you can destroy all your foes with ease. Prepare for war, nigga. Drink womb pee.
Womb pee, strong like a baby. Womb pee.
That's right, nigga.
Womb pee, strong like a baby. Womb pee.
I was told this by a Mexican.
Womb pee, strong like a baby. Womb pee.
Freakishly powerful.
Womb pee, strong like a baby. Womb pee.
Believe in yourself. I was told this by a Mexican. He said you could grow your thumb back if you drink pee. A Mexican shaman taught me about drinking pee, and now I bring it to you, white women. Drink pee, drink pee, drink pee, drink pee. Say we don't need no healthcare.
Strong like a baby. Womb pee.
strong like a baby won't be. We don't be strong like a baby won't be. Strong like a baby won't be. That's right. Won't be by Americhunk. Available at every gas station. In the drink section. Next to the Jake Paul drink. And the Mr. Beast Lunchables. We did it. Go! I'd like to thank everybody who became a member today. First and foremost, Mr. Fist, dang old Mr. Fist, Devin Otero, Dane Snyder became a top ramen. Shout out Dane. Shout out Daniacs, Turbo Diesel, Beef Sleazy, Wilhelm, Anders Gaff, Quinn Temple, Benfold's 5 Chairs, Graven, Thank God, 379, Dr. Eve Eels, Trench Deacon, Josiah Elleron, Are We Not Men, Paisia Prayer, Shaun of the Roses, Andre Lopez, Ian Johnson, Michael Gabriel Fortino, Sun Bunker, Mr. White, Joey A, If It All Fails, and the Westler. I'd also like to thank everybody who super chatted this evening, who requested, who made me laugh in chat. All of it is appreciated. Total Gravity, thank you for super chatting. Thumb Knuckle, thank you. Shoreline Skirt, thank you. Average Redhead, thank you. Reverse Massage, thank you. Are We Not Men, thank you. Bloody Clarence, thank you. Dane Snyder, thank you. Bobby Ballbags, thank you. Gorilla Biscuits, thank you. Murder the Media, thank you. Average Redhead, thank you. Dead to the World, thank you. Zorian Durician, or whatever his name is, thank you. Uncle Tiger Sneezes, thank you. Mr. Fist, thank you. Jason Scholl, thank you. The Cheap Chimp, thank you. Made by Jimba. Oh, wait, I'm going to other days now. Bye. Shout out to the people who gifted memberships. Shout out to the people of the earth, yo. Shout out to the people of the earth who are here because of birth. Thank you for filling my evening with mirth. I hope I did the same. Twerp. Yeah, we're gonna raid somebody. Y'all have a wonderful evening, and remember to go to church. And remember to be good people. Become members of the country that this will become, not the country it is. If you're not Orthodox, become Orthodox. If you are Orthodox,
Go to church!
shout out Jimmy.
In a garden brimming with gold and green. No mosquitoes, no predators, no need. I can see you staring beyond my dreams. I can hear you singing a song of peace. As a wave of love washes over me.
I don't have access to whoever Paige is. There is no one live. Anybody? Average female debater? Okay, let me type it. See if I have access.
Next time that you see me, don't. Next time that they see me, they won't. Next time that you see me, don't. Next time that they see me, they won't. Next time that you see me, don't. Next time that they see me, they won't. Next time that you see me, don't. Next time that they see me, they won't.
Alright, I got y'all. I couldn't raid her, but I found something perfect for you guys.
They won't. They won't. They won't. They